Chapter 25-23. In the water, her slender hands were all over his body. If she wasn't touching him on the left, then she was pinching him on the right. However, Xinyuan Mo's entire body was still leaning against the side of the tub, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. And that she didn't know if it was because he was comfortable or uncomfortable, but she heard him groan softly. His half-closed eyes opened, and he looked at the Fengju leaning over and said, "Ah, Jiao, don't mess around." "I'm not messing around." She smiled with her eyes narrowed, and a jug of wine appeared in her hand at some unknown time. She said, "How about I feed you wine?" As she spoke, she slightly raised her head, slightly opened her tender and alluring red lips, and poured the wine from the jug in her hand into her mouth. The wine overflowed from the corner of her mouth and flowed down her beautiful snow-white neck until it disappeared into the depths of her clothes. However, the scene of the beauty drinking wine and the wine overflowing from her lips and flowing down her snow-white neck was very provocative. Xinyuan Mo's, who was leaning against the side of the tub with his head slightly raised, deepened his eyes, and his gaze followed the wine down to her snow-white neck. His throat involuntarily moved up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't know that his Jiao's seductive posture was actually so charming, but this action had already ignited a fire in his body, and this fire rushed to a certain place below his abdomen, but he couldn't find an outlet to vent it. At this moment, he finally understood why she said she had to be on guard. So it was like this. At this moment, he saw her bend down, and that peerlessly beautiful face was suffused with a peach blossom blush as she slowly approached, until those tender red lips landed on his thin lips. The warm and spicy wine flowed into his mouth from her mouth, and that was like a naughty fairy that chased and played with him. He tasted the wine and also tasted her sweetness. When he gradually lost himself in her gentleness and passion, she suddenly retreated. "How is this wine?" She smiled like a cunning fox, looking at him with pride and slyness. "This wine is mellow and sweet, making one unable to stop." His voice was low and hoarse, and his burning gaze fell on her red lips. "Since you like it, then let's do it again." Her eyes flickered, revealing her charm. Looking at her, sometimes cunning like a fox, sometimes pure like a lotus, sometimes charming and seductive, sometimes enchanting and provocative, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. His deep eyes looked at her with burning flames, and he called out in a hoarse voice, "Ah, Jiao, don't play with me anymore. When are you going to come down and bathe with me?" He originally wanted to take a bath with her, but who knew that he had already taken off all his clothes, and she was still standing outside the bathtub, fully clothed. Inexplicably, he had a premonition that tonight she would definitely start a fire and not be responsible for extinguishing it. "Shared a bath? I didn't want to share a bath with you." She smiled shyly and said, "Zhe, I haven't told you that I'm on my period and can't take a bath." Hearing this, his expression was stunned, and he did not react for a while. Seeing his stunned expression, she could not help but chuckle. She reached out and hugged his body, drawing circles on his chest with one hand. She leaned against his ear and whispered, "But that's fine, I won't take a bath, but I definitely won't let you hold back your anger." Chapter 25-24. The door to the room was tightly shut. From time to time, there would be laughter and light snorts coming from the room. The moon in the sky seemed to know that the two people in the room were doing something shameful, so it hid in the clouds and did not come out. After an unknown amount of time, the room regained its tranquility. Not long after, a red figure walked out. "Lung Shuang, don't stand guard here. Let's go. I'll go sleep with Hao tonight." Feng Jiao's voice was light and cheerful, leaving the man in the room hanging. Lung Shuang complied and quietly followed behind her. The night gradually deepened. In the courtyard, in the side room, Xinyuan Mo's, whose pressure points had been sealed, let out a sigh of relief after the pressure points were unsealed. He shook his head and scolded with a smile. What a little demon. He stood up from the water with a splash, water droplets dripping from his naked body. He stepped out of the water with his slender legs, wiped off the water droplets on his body, put on his inner clothes, and walked towards the big bed in the inner room. The large bed was empty and there was not a single person in sight. He looked outside and shook his head. She really did throw me down to accompany that brat. He lay down on the bed, but his mind was filled with the erotic scenes of tonight. His heart couldn't help but become restless again. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He threw away the scenes in his mind and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, news came from the Heavenly Pill building that a man surnamed Xiao had come see them. When the news reached the Feng Manor, Feng Jiu had not yet woken up. Thus, when Guan Shilin found out that Xiao Inua had arrived, he said to Yi Qing, "I'll go take a look. You can stay in the manor." After that, he left first. In the Heavenly Pill building, Xiao Inua sat on the first floor and drank tea. Looking at the pills placed in the Heavenly Pill house, he felt his heart tremble. He felt that it was unbelievable. Although he knew from the mouths of the people outside that every pill in the Heavenly Elixir building was a heaven-defying existence, when he personally came here and saw the pills placed on the first floor of the Heavenly Elixir building, the elixir veins, the pills that were hard to find outside, were casually placed on the first floor for people to see. His heart twitched, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. He drank his tea, but his mind was racing. He had set off the day after Guan Shilin and the others had left. He had rushed all the way here without stopping to rest. Now that he had arrived at 100 River City and heard that the ghost doctor and the others had returned, he hurried to the Heavenly Pill building. Now that he was here, he was a little apprehensive. The ghost Dr. Fengjiu, such a noble and extraordinary person, would he really meet him? Would he really treat his grandfather? Although Guan Shilin had introduced him, his heart was still in turmoil. Especially after seeing the Heavenly Pill building's formation, he felt even more uncertain. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a deep and resounding laughter came from outside. "Ha ha ha, it really is you. I didn't expect you to arrive at 100 Rivers City so quickly." Guan Shilin walked in with large strides. Before he arrived, his laughter arrived first. Hearing the voice, Xiao Inua quickly put down the teacup in his hand and stood up to greet him. Big Brother Guan. Chapter 25:25. He only saw him and did not see the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, so he could not help but feel a bit worried. "Don't worry, she'll be here a bit later." Guan Shilin smiled and patted his shoulder, asking, "Your grandfather is also here?" "Yes, I brought my grandfather here." Because he was worried that they would be delayed for too long, he had been rushing non-stop towards by River City, afraid that he would not be able to meet them if he was late. "Where are you living right now?" Guan Shilin asked. Hearing this, Xiao Inua hurriedly replied, "We have a family business branch in 100 River City. We also have a residence here in the Western Street. My grandfather and the others are currently living in a residence on the Western Street." "Oh, West Street. That's very close. This Heavenly Pill building is on West Street. Which residence is it? Tell me. When Fengjiu comes later, I'll bring her over. It's a residence at the end of West Street. It's very easy to find. Just follow this road until you reach the end. After you turn a corner, you'll see the residence. It's called the Qiao Residence." He smiled and said, "All right, I'll remember it. You can go back first. When she arrives, I'll bring her over." "All right, many thanks, Big Brother Guan." He gratefully bowed to him before turning around and heading towards the Qiao residence. Because they slept late last night, Fengjiu also woke up late today. After eating breakfast with Xianyuan Mose and the others, she told them that she was going out for a bit. She left the manor with Leng Hua and headed towards the Heavenly Pill building. "Xiaojiu, you're here." Guan Shilin, who had been chatting with him on the first floor, saw her come in and smiled as he walked over. "I thought you wouldn't wake up until the afternoon. I've been up for a while. I played with little Hao in the manor before leaving." She smiled and asked, "Is the person you were talking about here?" "Oh, Xiao Nua is here. She's been here since this morning. She said that she lives at the end of West Street. I wanted to wait for you and then go over with you." Hearing this, she nodded. "Okay, then I'll go with you." She had Leng Hua follow her out the door, and the three of them went to the Qiao residence at the end of the street. At this moment, in the Qiao residence, Xiao Inuo was sitting by the bed in the courtyard. Looking at his unconscious grandfather on the bed, he frowned and was a little worried. He had rushed all the way here, and his grandfather had been unconscious. Looking at him now, his grandfather's complexion was even worse than before. Third elder, how is grandfather's health? He asked one of the elders standing beside the bed. This was the third elder of the Chiao residence. He was proficient in medicine. Ever since his grandfather fell into a coma, he had been nursing his grandfather's body. Your complexion is a little pale. After all, you have suffered a lot on the way here. But don't worry, you will gradually recover in a few days. As the third elder spoke, he looked at Xiao Inua and hesitated before saying, "What I'm more worried about is whether the ghost doctor can really wake the old master up." Hearing this, Xiao Inua said with certainty, "She definitely can. You don't know this, but the pills I saw in the Heavenly Pill House this morning and the ones on the first floor can't even compare to the ones in our Chiao family's collection. I believe that as long as the ghost doctor is willing to help, grandfather will definitely wake up." "I hope so." The third elder sighed softly and glanced at the two elders beside him. Chapter 25-26. Hearing this, Xiao Inua hurriedly got up and went out to welcome them. The three elders by the bed looked at each other and left the third elder to guard the bed while the other two followed. Fengjiu, Guan Shilin, and Leng Hua were following a guard inside. Before they even entered, they could faintly hear the guard running in front of them, shouting in joy. They were invited to the front hall, and the servants quickly served them tea. Not long after, Xiao Inua and the two elders arrived at the front hall. Xiao Inua greets the ghost doctor and Brother Guan. He stepped forward and bowed before looking at the beautiful woman in red. When he saw her, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although the rumors said that the ghost doctor had a beauty that could topple cities, seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that beauty alone couldn't describe her beauty. However, he didn't dare to look at her for too long. He was afraid that he would be rude in front of others and cause her to dislike him. "You are Xiao Inua?" Fengjiu's gaze was also sizing up the man in front of her. He was very young, but his actions were considered steady. Her gaze shifted away from Xiao Inua and landed on the two old men at the side. "Yes, I am Xiao Inua," he replied. At this time, the two elders saw that Fengjiu was staring at them and stepped forward to bow. "Greetings to the ghost doctor. We are the elders of the Chiao family. This time, we were ordered to escort the eldest young master and the old master to Hunter Creek City." Fengjiu nodded slightly. "Where's your old master? Bring me to see him," she stood up and said as she patted her dress. Hearing this, Xiao Inua was delighted and hurriedly said, "Ghost doctor, Brother Guan, please follow me." He led them to the backyard with the two elders following behind them. Seeing the dazzling red figure walking in front, the two elders' hearts trembled. No wonder everyone said that the ghost doctor's talent was unparalleled in the world. Her appearance and bearing were already rare in the world. Not to mention, such an outstanding woman also had powerful strength and shocking medical and alchemy skills. No matter how miraculous the rumors were, they couldn't compare to the shock brought by seeing it with their own eyes. Walking past the railing, they arrived at the backyard. Fengjiu saw an old man waiting in front of the open door. Xiao Inua, who was walking in front, introduced the old man. "Ghost doctor, this is the third elder of our Chiao family. Ever since my grandfather fell into a coma, the third elder has been taking care of him. Greetings, ghost doctor." The third elder also stepped forward and bowed. Fengjiu nodded and walked into the room. She came to the side of the bed and looked at the unconscious old man lying on the bed. Her eyes flashed slightly. This old man looked about the same as her grandfather before his strength had increased. They both had a head of white hair and a white beard. However, he was thin and his cheeks were sunken in. His face was haggard. She stepped forward and reached out to take his pulse. Carefully examining his body, she asked, "How long has he been in this state?" If Ghost Doctor is asking about being unconscious, then the old master should have been unconscious for about 2 years. Third elder said from aside. He looked at her and said, "These 2 years, I have been using medicine to take care of his heart. However, even with the medicine, he still hasn't woken up." Chapter 25-27. Hearing this, Guan Shilin gestured to Xiao Inua and walked out. Seeing this, Xiao Inua walked out with the other 2 elders, leaving only Lung Hua and third elder in the side room. Help him up and take off his clothes, Feng Jiu instructed as she ran her fingers across the silver needles. Finally, she pulled out a long and thin silver needle. Lung Hua helped the old man up. With third elder's help, they removed old Master Qiao's clothes, revealing his emaciated body. Third elder watched as Feng Jiu pierced the acupuncture points on old Master Qiao's back with the silver needle. The first needle was inserted, followed by the second and third. When he saw that she was stabbing the acupuncture points on old Master Qiao's back with the silver needle, his heart instantly jumped. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He could only feel his heart thumping wildly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and even his face turned pale. However, just as he thought that something would happen if a needle pierced the acupuncture points, he saw her suddenly turn old Master Qiao around. She pressed old Master Qiao to the side of the bed and hit his chest with her palm. Yet as soon as he spoke, old Master Qiao spat out a mouthful of blood. There were blood clots in the blood, and the color of the blood was dark red. It looked as if it had been clogged in his body for a long time. Feng Jiu glanced at him and calmly retracted her gaze. She took out another silver needle. This time, her silver needle did not land on old Master Qiao's body. Instead, it pierced the top of old Master Qiao's head. Third elder did not react for a long time. He stood stiffly at the side and stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. Each of the silver needles was inserted into the death point, but it was also the life point. However, he had never seen such a method of inserting needles. Even though he had studied medicine for decades, he did not dare to say that he could accurately insert silver needles into the death point. One had to know that as long as there was a slight difference, the needle could really take a person's life. What made him feel even more incredulous was that the silver needles on the old master's head were gradually emitting white smoke. As the smoke rose, the old master's forehead was covered in sweat, and his originally pale face gradually became rosy. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to have seen the old master, who had been in a coma for 2 years, frown slightly. Time passed by slowly. Feng Jiu was busy applying acupuncture and helping him circulate his qi to promote blood circulation and relax his muscles and bones, while Lung Hua was assisting beside him. Only the third elder was dumbfounded. He stood motionless at the end of the bed like a wooden man, his face full of disbelief. Yes, a muffled groan came from old Master Qiao's mouth. Third elder widened his eyes in shock, as if he could not believe that the sound he heard came from the mouth of the old Master Qiao who had been in a coma for 2 years. After hearing the old master's groan, Feng Jiu began to pull out the silver needles one by one. Finally, she had Lung Hua help the old master put on his shirt and helped him lie down. Then, she took the old master's pulse again and carefully examined it. On the bed, old Master Qiao's eyebrows moved slightly. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes. He was somewhat dazed and confused as he looked at Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red by the bed. He did not recognize her, but he recognized third elder who was standing at the end of the bed. Chapter 25-28. Old third, what's wrong with me? He already couldn't remember what was wrong with him. He only felt that his eyelids were very heavy when he opened his eyes, as if he wanted to continue sleeping. Just as third elder was about to speak, he heard Feng Jiu's voice. His body is weak right now. Don't waste his energy. Let him sleep for a while longer. Feng Jiu calmly said. He took back his hand and put away the silver needles that Lung Hua had tidied up. At the same time, he hit the old man's sleep pressure point. Seeing the old man who had just opened his eyes fall asleep again, third elder couldn't help but ask, "Ghost doctor, my family's old man is." After resting for a while, his body will naturally recover. She stood up and looked at him. You've done a good job of resting his body. Then I'll leave the rest of your family's old man to you. This means that my family's old man has recovered? He asked in disbelief. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows, saying, Didn't you see that he's awake? Hearing this, third elder was stunned for a while. When he came back to his senses, he exclaimed, That's great. That's great. He quickly walked out, wanted to tell Qiao Inuo and the other 2 elders the good news. The door opened, and everyone outside the courtyard turned around to look. They saw a third elder walking out with an excited expression. Eldest young master, the old master is awake. The old master is awake. He grabbed Xiao Inua's hands and said excitedly. Just now, the old master opened his eyes and spoke. He's really awake. Hearing this, Xiao Inua and the other two elders were stunned. Then they were overjoyed. Really? That's great. I'll go in and take a look. He quickly walked towards the side room. However, before he could enter, he saw Feng Jiu and Leng Hua walk out. He immediately stopped. Ghost Doctor, is my grandfather really awake? Is he really all right? He's awake, but his body is too weak. I've hit his sleep pressure point to let him sleep for a while. Try not to disturb him. Feng Jiu said slowly. After he walked out of the room, he continued, as for the later stages of recuperation, let the third elder handle it. Apart from Guanxilin, who looked normal, the other members of the Qiao family were all excited. They couldn't believe it was true. Brother, let's go back, Feng Jiu said as he walked to Guanxilin's side. Seeing this, Guanxilin said to Xiao Inua, if that's the case, we'll leave first. I'll send you guys off, Xiao Inua said as she regained her senses. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. No need, Feng Jiu said as he walked out with Guanxilin and Leng Hua. Although Feng Jiu said that there was no need to send them off, Xiao Inua still followed them out. When they reached the main gate, he handed a space ring to Feng Jiu. Ghost Doctor, this is a gift prepared by my father. Although it's not something priceless, it's still a token of our sincerity. Please accept it. Seeing this, Feng Jiu glanced at Xiao Inua. She paused for a moment before letting Leng Hua take it. At the same time, she left behind a bottle of medicine. This is the medicine. Give it to your grandfather tonight. She handed the medicine to him before turning to leave. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Ino repeatedly asked the third elder to confirm that his grandfather had really woken up. He immediately ordered someone to quickly send this news back to the main house to inform his father. Chapter 25-29. What method did you use? That Xiao family's elder woke up in an instant? Guanxilin was a bit curious. A person who had been in a coma for 2 years was actually able to wake up in an instant. I used silver needles to treat him and opened up his blocked meridians. Naturally, he woke up. Feng Jiu gently smiled. However, after being in a coma for 2 years, he still needs to be carefully nursed back to health. It will be very difficult for him to return to his previous peak in a short amount of time. Hearing this, Guanxilin smiled. No wonder people outside say that you have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who can compare to you in terms of medical skills? The world is so big. How do you know that there is no one who can compare to me? The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she looked forward. Perhaps in other places, there are also people who are extremely proficient in medical skills. The two slowly walked while chatting as they headed towards the Heavenly Pill building. Outside the city, Emo Chun, dressed in white like an immortal, was flying over on his flying sword. When he reached the city gates, he put away his flying sword and slowly walked through the gates. This time, he did not directly go to the Heavenly Pill building or the Feng Manor. Instead, he returned to his home. Over the next few days, Feng Jiu and Xinyuan Mo's busied themselves with taking care of the matters they had left behind. As for Ning Lang and the others, after staying in the Feng Manor for 2 days, they bid farewell to Feng Jiu and the others. They were also preparing to return home to take a look. After returning home, they would go to the former Phoenix dynasty to find Feng Jiu and the others. Thus, after they left, the Feng Manor became cold and cheerless. On the other side, at Ren Xiang's cool breeze building, Ishiran, who had been tormented for many days, was filled with a sinister aura. He was the dignified temple master of the Temple of Darkness, yet he had been tormented for so long. Every time he thought of this, he felt an urge to kill someone. In the courtyard of the cool breeze building, Ren Xiang was currently greeting Hui Lang. Why have you come to my place? Aren't you at Master's side? Could it be that Master has an important task? Ren Xiang looked at Hui Lang and asked. He thought that if it wasn't an important mission, he wouldn't have sent Hui Lang on this trip. However, what kind of mission did his master have for him? Hee. Hui Lang chuckled and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "How is that Ishiran doing now?" "TSK, what do you think?" He glanced at Hui Lang and said with a faint smile, "You've been here before. How could you not know how he is?" I'm just curious." Hui Lang smiled embarrassedly. "Of all the people Ishiran could provoke, you say? Why did he have to provoke the ghost doctor?" "Who is the ghost doctor?" "That's our master's woman, our madam. How dare he provoke her with such a status? I reckon he's tired of living." Rin Xiang glanced at him and said, "Let's get down to business. What did master send you here for?" Hearing this, Hui Lang smiled strangely. "There must be a task for me to be sent here." He took out the thing his master had given him and handed it over. "Master sent me here because he has an important task for you." However, because master didn't have a watermark on it, he just wrote it down and handed it to me. So, I couldn't help but open it. Rin Xiang chuckled. "Oh, you even dare to ask about the secret order master gave me? Your guts have grown." As he spoke, he reached out to take the thing he handed over. Chapter 25:30. Of course. How can this handwriting be wrong? Hui Lang grinned. That Ishiran is obviously a wolf with wild ambitions by sticking close to the ghost doctor. Tell me, if master doesn't take care of him, who will he take care of? Rin Xiang glanced at the note in his hand before putting it away. "I understand." He stood up and asked, "When are you going back?" "I'll return after taking a look at Ishiran." Hui Lang then added, "Oh right, master will be accompanying the ghost doctor back in a few days. Feng Yi and Zhao Yang, those two brats, are still alive, so the ghost doctor plans to bring them back. Also, it seems like Wan Shilin is preparing to marry Yiqing. I reckon they won't be back so soon." "And man, I understand." He looked at Hui Lang and said, "Follow me." Hui Lang grinned and followed after him. Actually, he was quite curious to know what Ishiran had become after coming here. He followed Rin Xiang to the second floor of the Cool Breeze abode and pushed open the door to the loft. When Hui Lang saw the figure sitting on the reclining chair and drinking wine, he couldn't help but grin. However, the moment his smile widened, he glared and shouted, "Why didn't you tie him up? You're just going to leave him here like this? Aren't you afraid he'll escape?" Inside the room, Ishiran wasn't tied up. Only his spiritual aura was sealed, so he was as inconspicuous as an ordinary person. However, his outstanding appearance and aura, as well as the noble aura that he exuded, caused others to overlook the fact that he was simply wearing a thin veil. He was drinking wine in the room. His carefree manner made it seem like he wasn't trapped here, but rather the owner of this place. It was no wonder Hui Lang shrieked when he saw him. After all, he had been tied up back then. Ishiran sipped his wine and coldly glanced at Hui Lang. "Fengjiu sent you here? You're thinking too much. The ghost doctor already can't remember who you are, so why would he send me here?" Hui Lang snorted and walked in. "I'll tell you the truth. I came here today on my master's orders. Let me tell you, it's best not to provoke the ghost doctor again. You can't afford to provoke her." Ishiran narrowed his eyes and stared at Hui Lang. He asked, "Xinyuan Mose?" "He's back." "That's right." Hui Lang crossed his arms and smiled to say, "You're here, you don't know, right? Some time ago, the people of the Demon Clan attacked the Nebula Immortal sect, and the ghost doctor fought with the Demon Lord. In the end, my master just happened to rush back, and even the Demon Lord was heavily injured by him. You should remember your own strength." Ishiran didn't say anything and merely lowered his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. "All right, I'm leaving too," Hui Lang said and looked at Rin Xiang. Rin Xiang smiled. "Just tell me if you want me to send you off. Why are you looking at me?" He walked out and said, "Let's go. I'll send you off." "That's more like it." Hui Lang grinned. "Actually, I wanted to drink a few cups with you, but I was worried the journey would take too long, so forget it. I'll treat you when I have the chance in the future." Chapter 25:31. What's wrong? Rin Xiang frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the Cool Breeze gang. He could faintly hear the sounds of fighting. "That Ishiran has been rescued by someone," the guard said, not daring to look at them. He lowered his head. Hearing this, Rin Xiang was startled but didn't say anything. At the side, Hui Lang cried out in surprise, What? Rescued by someone? He glared at Rin Xiang with an inquiring expression. There's no use looking at me. Rin Xiang spread his hands. Ishioran is the temple master of the Temple of Darkness. How long do you think my Cool Breeze gang can keep him here? Although I've been watching him very carefully, I really don't know when he notified his people to come and save him. Then what do? We haven't done what Master specifically instructed us to do. Now that he's escaped, how do you think I should explain this to Master? Just tell him the truth. Rin Xiang said, Master mainly wants him to not get close to the ghost doctor. I think that with your warning just now, he should know what to do. All right then, I'll go back and tell Master. Anyway, he escaped from your place, so it's your fault. He patted his shoulder and said, I'm leaving. With that, he left on his sword. 100 Rivers City, Nalan family. Mo Chun had already returned for a few days. However, he didn't go out. He didn't even go to the Feng residence or the Heavenly Pill building. No one knew what he was thinking. In the Heavenly Pill building, Feng Jiao, who was handling affairs, closed the documents on the table and stretched. Perhaps because he had sat for too long, his shoulders were sore. Thus, he called Bai Qingqing over. Massage my shoulders. He lay on the soft couch in the pavilion and ordered Bai Qingqing, who was standing beside him. Yes. Bai Qingqing replied softly. She was now 100% loyal to Feng Jiao and had long put down her airs as the Bai family's young miss. In the Heavenly Pill building, she had been promoted from a servant girl who did odd jobs on the first floor to Feng Jiao's personal servant girl. Bai Qingqing massaged her sore shoulders and stretched her back. She lay on the soft couch and couldn't help but close her eyes, feeling a little sleepy. Master, my sister had someone send some sugar water and snacks over. They're still warm. Do you want to eat now? Lung Hua came in with the food and placed it on the table. Let's leave it for now. I'll let Qingqing help me loosen my bones first. She lay on the soft couch and didn't even open her eyes. Master, I heard that young Master Mo Chen has been back for a few days. Lung Hua said as he arranged the things in the room. Feng Jiao was a little surprised when he heard this. He's back? Then why haven't I seen him in the past few days? I also find it a little strange. These past few days, he hasn't come to the Heavenly Pill building, nor has he gone to the Feng Manor. It seems that ever since he returned, he has been staying in the Nalan Manor and hasn't left. Lung Hua said warmly. He said that his master asked him to go back this time. Something must have happened. She said, turned her head slightly, looked at Lung Hua, and said, we will leave in 2 or 3 days at most. You go to the Nalan Manor later. Tell him about it, and ask him if he's in any trouble. Chapter 25:32. Hearing this, Feng Jiao chuckled, don't worry. In the future, the matters of the Heavenly Pill House will be handed over to you. Also, there is a large construction project on the floating land. I will let them build a town and a market there. When the time comes, it will be a top sky city. After loosening her bones for a while, Feng Jiao motioned for Bai Qingqing to stop. She got up from the soft couch and saw a lot of sugar water on the table. She said to Bai Qingqing, just scoop a bowl out and put it here for me. Take the rest and share it with your 2 brothers. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was stunned. She looked at Feng Jiao with some surprise and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Master. Then she stepped forward and scooped a bowl out and placed it on the table. She took the rest away. Seeing Bai Qingqing leave, Lung Hua smiled. Master treats her so well. Am I not good to you? Feng Jiao smiled and motioned, sit down. Eat with me. Yes. Lung Hua responded gently and sat down without refusing. She has been here for a long time. You have all seen her behavior. When I came back recently, I saw that she was indeed not as arrogant as before. She is willing to do things honestly. Naturally, I will not push her away. She picked up a snack and ate it while saying her talent is not bad. As long as she is loyal, it is not impossible to cultivate her. Master is right. Lung Hua responded and also picked up his chopsticks to eat. The 2 of them didn't talk about eating, so they didn't speak. Instead, they chatted casually as if they were at home. When they finished eating, Feng Jiao stood up and said, I haven't seen Mo Zhe and Hao for the past few days. I'll go back to the manor first. You guys look after this place. Yes, Master, don't worry. Lung Hua stood up and walked out with her. Not long after Feng Jiao returned home, Lung Hua also went to the Nalan family. After all, Imo-chen's friendship with them was not shallow. In the past, when the Heavenly Dan building encountered any problems, they would often help them. Lung Hua had never heard of their master not coming to visit. Therefore, he felt that it was reasonable for his master to be worried that Imo-chan might encounter some difficulties. Furthermore, his master was about to make a trip home and would not be back for a while. If Imo-chan really encountered some difficulties, perhaps his master and the Yama Lord would be able to help him out. After entering Nalan Manor, Lung Hua was led by the housekeeper to Imo-chen's courtyard. Eldest young master, Steward Lung of the Heavenly Pill Building, is here. The steward called out from outside. In the courtyard, Imo-chan was reading a book. When he heard this, his eyes flickered and he called out, "Come in." The steward motioned for Lung Hua to go in, and then he withdrew first. "Young master Imo-chan." Lung Hua came in and bowed to him. "You came to find me. Did something happen to your master?" Imo-chan closed the book in his hand and asked. "No," Lung Hua said in a warm voice. He smiled and said, "It was my master who ordered me to come over and inform young Master Machin that we might be making a trip back to the Phoenix Dynasty in the next 2 or 3 days. Moreover, we shouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. My master said that if young master encountered any difficulties that he couldn't solve, she would be happy to help." Chapter 25:33. "All right, then I'll go back first." Lung Hua nodded with a slight smile. He bowed and left first. After watching him leave, Imo-chan withdrew his gaze and returned it to the book in his hand. However, this time, he was unable to read the contents of the book. Inside the Feng Manor, Feng Jiao was playing with little Hao. Seeing little Feng Yi come over, she said, "Weren't you cultivating with Yang Yang? Why did you come here?" "I've been cultivating for a long time, so I came out to play. I'll go back in a bit." Little Feng Yi smiled and squinted his eyes. He moved closer to Feng Jiao and said, "Xiao Jiao, the medicine I told you about last time, you still haven't given it to me. Are you in a hurry?" Feng Jiao glanced at him. "What do you need that medicine for at such a young age? Also, when you come back this time, I will be sending you back to the mountains. You won't have a chance to go out and wander around. Being young is useful. We've been in danger many times on the road, and it's all thanks to those medicines. But Yang Yang and I don't have any more now, so we wanted to ask you for more to protect ourselves." He tugged at her sleeve. "Just give us some more." Seeing this, Feng Jiao placed little Hao back into the cradle. Only then did she take out a large bag of things from her space. However, when little Feng Yi reached out to take it, she slapped him. "Go call Yang Yang over as well. You give it to me, and I give it to Yang Yang. It's the same," Feng Yi said with an innocent and obedient face. Hearing this, Feng Jiao smiled and reached out to pinch his face. "Is that so? It's the same? But I don't believe you. Quickly go and call Yang Yang over as well." His cheeks hurt from being pinched. Feng Yi took a deep breath and rubbed his cheeks. He pouted and said, "I'm your little uncle. How many times have I told you not to pinch my cheeks? Don't pinch my cheeks, but you pinch my cheeks again and again. When I go back, I must tell my father and mother." Feng Jiao chuckled and reached out to flick his forehead. "Little fox, it's useless to tell anyone. If I want to pinch you, even your father and mother can't stop me." While speaking, she once again reached out to rub his face. "Ah!" Feng Yi exclaimed and quickly jumped away. He covered his face with his small hands and looked at Feng Jiao defensively. "Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and call Yang Yang over. You don't want these treasures anymore." She patted the big bag on the table and looked at him with a smile. "I'll go right away." As Feng Yi said, he quickly turned around and ran to the small courtyard. He was going to pull Zhao Yang together. After watching her leave, Feng Yi played with the child again. After a while, he heard Feng Ye's voice again. "She's coming. Yang Yang is coming." Feng Yi pulled Zhao Yang and hurried back. The two came to her. Feng Ye's eyes were fixed on the big bag on the table, while Zhao Yang called out, "Sister Feng, and sit." She motioned for the two to sit at the table and then opened the big bag. After opening it, she saw some small medicine bottles. Each bottle had words written on it. There were also some medicine powder wrapped in paper with words written on it to make it easier to distinguish. Chapter 25:34. Yang Yang, this time I've also prepared the elixirs for you. When you come back from the mansion, I'll send you back to the mountain directly. I won't bring you back here, so you have to remember these things and know how to use them." Feng Jiu explained the use of each elixir as well as its purpose and effect to him as she spoke. Zhao Yang also listened carefully. In the end, after listening to her, he put those things into the space and said, "Thank you, Sister Feng. I know. I'll make good use of these elixirs." Well, Yang Yang is so obedient. She smiled and rubbed Zhao Yang's head. When she saw that the little fellow's ears were red and his face was a little uncomfortable, she couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Although Feng Yi is smart, he doesn't cultivate as hard as you. Sometimes, you can't let him do whatever he wants when you're by his side. You have to persuade him more, okay?" "Yes, Yang Yang knows." He nodded and looked at Feng Yi, who was lying on the table and counting the bottles. Feng Jiu followed his gaze and also looked at Feng Yi. She gently pinched his nose and said, "These things can only be used for emergencies and critical moments. You have to remember them well. Don't use them unless you have to. You have to listen to Yang Yang. I'm the master. I won't listen to him." Feng Yi snorted softly and reached out to take the elixirs. As he put them into his arms, he said, "Moreover, Master also said that Yang Yang's physique is very suitable for cultivation. He will cultivate much faster than me. My strength is not as good as his now, and it is estimated that I won't be as good as him in the future." Hearing this, Feng Jiu touched his head and said softly, "Feng Yi, you have to remember that strength is not used to compete with your family. It is used to protect your family and the important people in your life. Now you have to cultivate more while you are still young. When you become stronger in the future, what our family has experienced before will not happen again." Feng Yi was not an ignorant child. When he heard this, his heart moved. He raised his head and glanced at Feng Jiu, then nodded and said, "I know. I will definitely cultivate well. Little Jiu, in the future, it will be my turn to protect you and the family." "Okay," she replied with a smile and reached out to hug him. She fiercely kissed him, but in return, Feng Yi cried out shyly, "Ah, don't kiss me. Don't kiss me. I'm your little uncle. I'm a man." After he put away the elixirs, he broke free from Feng Jiu's arms and slipped down from her arms. He quickly stepped back and waved to Zhao Yang. Yang, come on. Let's go back." "Sister Feng, we're going back." Zhao Yang responded and then left with Feng Yi. "What a heartless little fellow. You took so many things from me and left just like that. How heartless." She sighed softly, her tone carrying a hint of a smile. "Who's heartless?" A voice suddenly came and scared her. Before she turned around, she saw a pair of big hands around her shoulders. "I heard that you came back early today, so I put down the things at hand and came back. You scared me." Chapter 25:35. And you can leave the rest to the people below. He held her hand and played with it repeatedly. A dark light flashed across his deep eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Feng Jiu saw that he seemed a little absent-minded. She turned her head slightly to look at him and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Xianyuan Mo's met her quiet gaze. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. "Nothing." Seeing that he did not say anything, Feng Jiu did not ask further. She could tell if there was something wrong. However, since he did not say anything, it should be because he did not want her to worry. But what made him so absent-minded? "Now that we have nothing to do, I'll take you to see the sunset," Xianyuan Mo said. He held her hand and stood up. In the next moment, a flying sword appeared under their feet and took her to the sky. Feng Jiu leaned in his arms. The two of them flew against the wind. The light wind blew, and their clothes fluttered. They swept past the city and headed out of the city. The two of them flew on their swords all the way until they arrived at the peak of a relatively high mountain. Only then did they jump off the flying sword. The sunset will not be blocked here. Moreover, it is also very beautiful to see the stars in the night sky from here, Xianyuan Mo said. He held her hand and led her to a four-legged pavilion in front of them. "There's actually a pavilion here?" Feng Jiu was a little surprised. Seeing this pavilion on the peak of the mountain, it gave off a feeling of being detached from the world. She looked down the mountain. Not only was there a pavilion here, there were also rest pavilions at regular intervals. Moreover, all the way down, the stairs on a mountain road were very clear. On the stairs, there were groups of 3 to 5 people going up the mountain. There were also some resting in the rest pavilions. The last time I passed by here, I saw that there was a place to enjoy the scenery here, so I wanted to bring you here. He walked into the pavilion and sat down. Then he took out some wine from his space. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked up to the table with a smile and sat down. Looks like you came here with a purpose. It's rare that we have the leisure to enjoy the scenery. Naturally, we can't let this good time go to waste. Xinyuan Mose helped her pour a glass of wine, then picked up the glass in front of him and took a sip. The two of them looked at the evening sky as the sun slowly set. Perhaps it was because they were on high ground, but the setting sun seemed to be right in front of them. It was as if they could reach out and touch it. Fengjiu rested her chin on one hand and felt the cool night breeze caressing her face. She watched the setting sun slowly show a dazzling orange color, just like the salted egg yolk in the salted duck egg that made people drool. The speed at which the sun set was very fast, as if it had moved down the mountain in the blink of an eye. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. As the sky darkened and night came, the temperature on the mountain peak dropped significantly. The night wind blew, bringing with it a slight chill. The two of them did not speak. They only enjoyed this moment of tranquility and seclusion. Let's wait a little longer. The stars will come out. It should be very close to here to see the stars. Fengjiu said. He took a sip of wine and looked at him sitting in front of him. He felt that it was very pleasing to the eye. Chapter 25:36. The two of them drank wine and chatted about some interesting things. As the night deepened, they watched the stars twinkling in the night sky. Behind the clouds, the crescent moon also faintly appeared, sprinkling moonlight down. A beautiful scenery, a beauty under the moonlight, should have been very pleasant and pleasant. However, when a panicked cry for help faintly entered the two's ears, the two who were chatting and laughing paused for a moment. They put down the wine cups in their hands and looked down at the pitch-black mountain at the same time. There weren't many people who went up the mountain to watch the sunset. After the sun set, most of them didn't stay on the mountain. Only a few faint lights could be seen in the mountain, as if someone was holding a lamp in their hand. The sobbing cries for help came from the faint light at the foot of the mountain. Why would there be a cry for help in this place so late at night? And it seems to be a woman? Fengjiu said as his gaze fell on the cry for help halfway up the mountain. Let Tunyan take a look, Xinyuan Mose said as he indifferently withdrew his gaze. Yes. Fengjiu nodded and called out, Tunyan. Tunyan leapt out of the space as soon as he said that. He glanced at the two of them before his gaze fell on Fengjiu. Master. Tunyan, there's someone crying for help halfway up the mountain. Go and see what's going on. She softly ordered. Yes. Tunyan replied. His robust figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, a wind blade flashed past. In the next moment, he disappeared into the pitch-black night sky. The night wind blew past, bringing with it not only a trace of coldness, but also a despairing cry for help halfway up the mountain. She rested her face on one hand and listened to the voice, saying, There are very few people in this remote place, especially at night. If there's really danger, I'm afraid that no one will come to save them, even if they cry for help. I really don't know why they would come to such a remote place if they don't even have the ability to protect themselves. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose chuckled. Perhaps there are men accompanying you. However, not every man has my strength, and not every woman is like you. Fengjiu chuckled. That's true. As the two of them spoke, they heard that the cries had not stopped. They could not help but feel puzzled. At this distance, Tunyan should have arrived. Why is that woman still crying for help? Xinyuan Mose took a deep breath and glanced around. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Perhaps the devouring cloud felt that it was beyond saving. Fengjiu turned her head and saw Tunyan darting out of the dense forest. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of her. She looked at him strangely and asked, Tunyan, why are you back? Could it be that they haven't found the person who called for help? Swallow Cloud was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Master, I found it. But didn't you ask me to go take a look? so I want to see what was going on and came back to tell you." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was also stunned. It was as if she had not expected him to misunderstand. After a long while, she recovered her senses. She looked at him with a strange expression and asked, "Then what did you see? What's the situation?" Xinyuan Mose, who was sitting to the side, smiled when he saw this. He didn't pay any attention to the man and beast and continued to pour wine for himself. Chapter 25:37. The corner of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Hearing the screams, he waved his hand and said, "Go, quickly save that woman first." "Yes," Tunyin said and scurried back. Watching Tunyin leave, Feng Jiu could not help but hold his forehead and sigh. This is the first time I've seen Tunyin understand my words like this. Also, there are rogue cultivators in this kind of place. This is really unexpected. This is how the world is. Demonic cultivators are not the only demons who kill without batting an eyelid. Even righteous cultivators have times when they are tempted by women and wealth. Xinyuan Mose spoke slowly. When he heard the cries for help stop, followed by a few shrill screams, he knew that Tunyin had saved the woman. He poured a cup of wine for her and said, "That woman should be glad that she met you here tonight." Not long after, Tunyin arrived at the pavilion with the unconscious woman in his mouth. He tossed the woman in front of Feng Jiu. "Master, there's a man too. I'll go get him as well." With that, Tunyin left again. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Looking at the unconscious woman lying on the ground with her clothes disheveled, she glanced at Xinyuan Mose across the table. Unexpectedly, he was looking straight ahead at the starry night sky. He did not even glance at the woman. She stood up and walked forward to check on the woman. She saw that Tunyin had already come over with another man in its mouth. The man's face was pale with fright. His limbs were flailing about, but could not touch the ground. The clothes on his back were in Tunyin's mouth. "Master, the other one is here too." After Tunyin threw the man down, it squatted outside the pavilion and lay down. Its eyes were fixed on Feng Jiu and the Yama Lord in the pavilion. Feng Jiu came to the woman's side and squatted down. He said to the man who was standing there in a daze, "Take off your coat and put it on her." "Yes, yes." The man stared at them fearfully, as well as the Tunyin lying outside the pavilion. With trembling hands, he took off his coat and handed it to Feng Jiu, who was squatting in front of the unconscious woman to check on her injuries. Just as Feng Jiu was about to hand over his coat, the man's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he drew a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it towards Feng Jiu's dantian at lightning speed. Almost at the same time, Feng Jiu raised his hand and struck out with his palm. However, the unconscious woman suddenly jumped up and stabbed her sharp dagger towards Feng Jiu's dantian. Hiss! No matter how fast Feng Jiu reacted, she did not expect these two to attack her. Moreover, they were so fast that even Tunyin and Xinyuan Mose could not stop them in time. "Master!" Jiu, swallowing cloud, pounced forward, revealing a ferocious expression as he lunged forward to bite the man. However, in the next instant, the man released his aura. He was actually a peak celestial sage expert. When the woman was about to attack again with her dagger, Feng Jiu was already protected in Xinyuan Mose's arms. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The sharp wind from his palm carried a murderous aura and sent the woman flying dozens of meters away. Chapter 25:38. Feng Jiu, you'd better hand over the things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, this will never end. As soon as his voice fell, the figure suddenly retreated as if he was about to escape. However, how could Xinyuan Mose let the man who injured Feng Jiu leave alive? Trying to escape? Leave your life behind. A cold voice came from Xinyuan Mose's mouth. He ordered Feng Jiu to stand in the pavilion as he prepared to kill the man. However, just as he chased after the man for a few dozen meters, he suddenly saw the man's lips curl into a sinister smile. His heart sank as he cursed inwardly. He quickly turned around and saw a dozen men in black rushing out of the pavilion. The strength of these men in black was at the peak of the immortal sage realm. Among them, there was actually an immortal emperor realm expert. When he saw this scene, his heart was filled with rage. He suddenly flashed and reached out his hand to grab the neck of the man who was trying to escape, lifting him up. Breaking your neck would be too easy for you. A cold and bloodthirsty voice sounded. He exerted force in his hand and broke the man's neck with a crack. In the next moment, he threw the man away with his palm, striking out a stream of air. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the man who was thrown away exploded in midair, leaving behind a mess of flesh and blood. He didn't stay for a moment. Instead, he quickly rushed back to the pavilion to help. However, when he approached the pavilion, he saw that the pavilion was emitting a light visible to the naked eye. The light formed a sword formation to protect the pavilion, preventing anyone from leaving or approaching it. Damn it! When he saw the dozen men in the pavilion attacking Fengjiu alone and the wounds on Fengjiu's body, he couldn't help but release his evil aura. A powerful stream of air surged from his hands and formed a huge dragon. It opened its mouth and pounced on the sword formation in the pavilion. The two powerful streams of air and pressure collided with each other, shooting a sharp stream of air into the sky. Bang! Boom! The stream of air rushed into the sky and shattered the sword formation. At the same time, it also destroyed the pavilion. When the sword formation was destroyed, Xinyuan Mo's quickly rushed to Fengjiu's side and blocked the attacks for her. When a stream of air rushed into the sky with a loud bang, some of the stronger people felt the powerful pressure and stream of air that belonged to a super expert. They couldn't help but jump onto the roof to see where the sound came from. A few old men stood together and discussed. Strange, after the demons were defeated by the ghost Dr. Fengjiu and the Yama Lord, they shouldn't be active again in such a short period of time. So, where did this commotion today come from? The aura and pressure from the explosion were extremely powerful. It seems that the person's strength is not lower than that of an immortal emperor. However, there are only a few immortal emperors on this continent. That's right. How to test, Teet? Judging from the direction of the commotion, it seems to have come from the tallest mountain nearby. When they heard this, they looked at each other and rushed in that direction. Chapter 2539. He did not hesitate to follow. His white figure was very dazzling in the night. Du Fan and the others also quickly noticed his arrival. Young Master Mo Chun. Du Fan called out. Mo Chun's figure flashed and arrived beside him. He asked what happened. We don't know either. When we first saw the commotion, the people in the manor also saw it. They said that the Yama Lord and Master went out in the evening and have yet to return. Now that we saw the commotion, we were afraid that something had happened to Master, so we hurried over to take a look. That's the aura of a celestial emperor. It should be Fengjiu and the others. As Mo Chun spoke, he glanced at the Phoenix Guards and Du Fan. He said, "Don't go over. It's a celestial emperor. If you go over, not only will you not be able to help, you'll also be a burden to her." Hearing this, Du Fan's face was filled with anxiety. The Phoenix Guards in front also stopped, but were worried that Master and the others. Since you're worried, then go back to the Feng Manor and wait. Although I don't know why they're in danger, you can't help them there. The people in the manor can protect them well in case of a sneak attack from the Hu people. Mo Chun spoke in a low voice. There was a rare seriousness on his face. Listen to me. Go back and protect the manor. I'll be there for them. Hearing this, Du Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then I'll bring them back. He gestured for the Phoenix Guards to stand behind him. Young Master Mo Chun, be careful. Okay. Mo Chun nodded. He immediately rode his sword in that direction. Is it really okay if we don't go and take a look? If something really happened to Master, wouldn't that be? What young Master Mo Chun says makes sense. Since it's a celestial emperor, we won't be able to help even if we go over. Let's go back now. You guys stay at the Heaven Returning Pill House and stand guard. The rest of you, follow me back to the Feng Manor and tell Guan Shilin about the situation, Du Fan said. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already tens of meters away. In the Feng Manor, Guan Shilin and the others were originally playing with little Hao in the courtyard, but who knew that they would see the scene in the sky far away. They watched from the roof until they saw Du Fan return with people. They could not help but be stunned. Why are you back? Didn't he say that he was going to check it out? What was going on over there? Is it related to Xiao, Gio, and Mo's? Guanxilin quickly stepped forward and asked. "Let's talk downstairs," Du Fan said, pulling him down to the bottom of the courtyard. Lung Hua, Lung Shuang, and the others all gathered around to look at him. Even the hidden guards in the manor cocked their ears to listen. "I was going to go over, but I met young Master Mo-chun on the way. He said that the people fighting over there were at least celestial emperors. He said that it should be Master and Yama Lord. They might have met a strong opponent. He told us to come back first and guard the manor. He said that even if we went, we wouldn't be able to get close." Celestial emperors? Guanxilin frowned. His expression turned cold. Why would another celestial emperor appear? Little Nine is already at the immortal emperor level, so Mo-ze is definitely above this level. Then, other than them, as far as I know, aren't the only ones on this continent who have the strength of an immortal emperor level? Chapter 2540. Du Fan shook his head. "I don't know either. Right now, we can only wait for them to return to find out what's going on." Everyone looked at each other and knew that there was no point in being anxious. They could only wait here. However, waiting was always the most difficult thing to endure. As they waited, they felt as if time had stopped. They were looking forward to their return, but there was no sign of them. On the other side, the dozen or so cultivators attacking Xinyuan Mo's and Fengjiu were unable to get close to them due to the pressure they released. As a result, the dozen or so cultivators focused on attacking Tunyun, and each of their attacks was fatal, causing Tunyun to be covered in wounds. The Celestial Emperor powerhouse was dealing with Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mo's. However, he couldn't hurt them at all when the two of them joined forces. Thus, he chose to retreat after being unable to win for a long time. Retreat. With the order to retreat, the cultivators wanted to retreat. However, Xinyuan Mo's was unwilling to let them go. He stared coldly at the figure who suddenly retreated more than 10 meters into the air. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. Azure Dragon. With a call, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The Azure Dragon, an ancient divine beast, rushed out from his body. The enormous Azure Dragon, covered in azure scales, swayed its tail and let out a dragon's roar towards the sky. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, the sky was instantly filled with the ancient pressure of the dragon's roar. The cultivators who were about to escape stopped in midair, as if they were held in place by something. When the immortal Emperor expert saw this, he immediately turned to flee. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the Azure Dragon that flew out at the speed of light. Roar! A dragon's roar came out from the Azure Dragon's mouth. Its figure turned into a ray of azure light in midair and attacked the immortal Emperor expert with a swoosh. The aura of death rushed towards him, causing the immortal Emperor's expression to change drastically. His heart skipped a beat. He instinctively turned back to look, but he only had time to see the Azure Dragon turn into a ray of azure light and attack him. He didn't have the time to dodge, nor did he have the time to dodge. The powerful and fierce airflow that accompanied the Azure Dragon let him know that once he was hit, he would die without a doubt. As a result, the moment the Azure Dragon arrived, he abandoned his physical body and used his nascent soul to escape. The nascent soul flew out like a meteor into the distance. It was so fast that it caught people off guard. "Just you wait. I will definitely come back." That sinister and unwilling voice came from afar, echoing in the sky for a long time. Bang! At the same time, the immortal Emperor's body was penetrated by the azure light. With a loud bang, the immortal Emperor's body shattered into pieces. His flesh and blood splattered in the air and sprinkled down, disappearing into the pitch-black night. Swish! The Azure Dragon turned in the air and once again turned into a streak of azure light. With a whoosh, it pierced through the cultivators who were frozen in the air. These cultivators were unable to summon their nascent souls and could only watch helplessly as they were killed by the powerful ancient divine beast. Miserable screams rang out in the night sky. In the end, everything returned to normal. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung between the clouds, faintly discernible, and emitted a soft light. Chapter 2541. With a whoosh, the azure dragon returned to Xin Yuan Mo's body. With its disappearance, the powerful ancient pressure in the air also disappeared. Mo Chun saw the scene in the sky from afar. Seeing Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mo's standing side by side at the peak of the mountain, he immediately flew over on his sword. When he saw that not only was Tunyan injured, but even Feng Jiu was injured, his eyes narrowed. Who injured you? We'll talk when we get back. Once Feng Jiu spoke, Xin Yuan Mo's hugged her and flew back on his sword. Mo Chun glanced at the injured Tunyan and brought it along, following behind Feng Jiu and the others as they left. Inside the Feng Manor, Guan Shilin and the others became more and more anxious as they waited. They stood on the roof and looked into the distance. They walked back and forth on the roof as if time was slow. It was only when he saw a few figures in the distance approaching that he shouted, "They're back! They're back!" Xin Yuan Mo's was wearing a black robe, which was not very conspicuous in the night. Thus, others could not see if he was injured or not. However, Feng Jiu was wearing a red dress. Although the red dress was stained with blood and the color of the blood could not be seen, the cut on the dress was visible to everyone. Xiao Jiu is injured. Guan Shilin's heart jumped. Seeing them enter the courtyard, he quickly jumped down from the roof and quickly arrived in front of them. Seeing that Feng Jiu was covered in wounds, he quickly turned around and called, "Yi Qing, quickly, help Xiao Jiu take care of her wounds." Yi Qing also quickly walked over and supported Feng Jiu, saying, "I'll help you take care of your wounds first." Before Feng Jiu could speak, Xin Yuan Mo said, "No need, I'll do it." With that, he brought her into the room. Seeing the two of them enter the room, Guan Shilin asked, "Mo Chun, do you know who attacked them? How did Xiao Jiu get injured like that? With her immortal emperor cultivation, how could she be injured? Could it be that the attacker was stronger than her?" Everyone's gaze fell on Mo Chun. They did not go, so they did not know the situation, but Mo Chun should know more or less. By the time I arrived, those people had already been killed by Mo's. I only know that those people were very strong. One of them was an immortal emperor. He paused and thought, "I'm guessing that those people are not from the upper continents." Not from the upper continent. Moses' voice was strange. If they were not from the upper continents, then where did they come from? Although the great roaming continent occupies a large area, everyone knows how many immortal emperors there are. What's more, in addition to more than 10 immortal sage cultivators, there was also an immortal emperor who attacked them tonight. This shows that the force that attacked them is extremely powerful. Hearing this, everyone gasped. More than 10 immortal sage cultivators? It was already unbelievable that there was an immortal emperor, but there were more than 10 immortal sages? Chapter 2542. Lung Hua listened to Mo Chun as he applied medicine on Tunyan's wounds. He paused for a moment and asked, "Since they're not from the upper reaches, who could they be? Could they be from overseas? But Master has never been to those places, so how could she have offended them? Why would those people want to kill her?" Guan Shilin was deep in thought. His gaze involuntarily fell on little Hao who was in the cradle. He said hesitantly, "Xiao Jiu once said that little Hao-er's background is mysterious and not simple. Could those people be after little Hao-er?" Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Logically speaking, Feng Jiu had been building up his power in the upper reaches ever since he arrived and did not have any enmity with anyone from other regions. Why would they send a dozen celestial sage experts and an immortal emperor to kill her? Could it be that the child she adopted really caused this disaster? Mo Chun did not say anything. He only looked at the child in the cradle. They did not know if it was as they had guessed. However, he felt that even if they did not know, Feng Jiu would know. Lung Hua brought some water into the room and left at Xin Yuan Mo's signal. "Let me help you take off your clothes first." As Xin Yuan Mo spoke, he looked at the dark red color on her red clothes and couldn't help but frown slightly. His hands carefully helped her take off her clothes, trying his best not to pull on the wounds on her body. Feng Jiu responded and cooperated by taking off her clothes, leaving only her innermost dudu to cover her body. However, even though there was boundless spring scenery in front of him right now, Xin Yuan Mo's didn't have the heart to admire it. His gaze landed on the wounds on her body, and when he saw that some of the wounds were flipped open and seemed to be very deep, a sinister and cold glint flashed across his deep, dark eyes. The person he cherished was injured to this extent right under his nose. It would not be enough even if those people died 100 times. Can't the green lotus in your body heal your wounds? Try to use the power of the green lotus to heal your wounds first. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and spoke slowly to her. Fengjiu was thinking about something. After hearing his words, she responded, "Okay." She closed her eyes and placed her hands in front of her dantian. She mobilized the green lotus aura in her body and used the recovery power of the green lotus to heal her wounds. However, as time passed, sweat beaded on her forehead and her face became increasingly pale. However, the wounds on her body did not show any signs of healing. Xinyuan Moza's heart sank as he watched from the side. He faintly sensed something. At this moment, Fengjiu opened her eyes and dispersed the aura of the green lotus around her body. After taking a deep breath, she raised her head and looked at him. Her clear eyes met his deep black eyes. "I can't repair them. The aura of the green lotus and the aura of every wound on my body repel each other like magnets, so I can't repair them." As she said this, her heart also calmed down, and her original guess was confirmed at this moment. Those people came for the chaotic green lotus in your body. Xinyuan Mo spoke in a low voice as he took out medicine to clean her wounds. Then, he applied the medicine she had specially made for knife wounds. He took out a strip of cloth and carefully bandaged every wound with the medicine. Chapter 2543. Only a few people know that I have the primal chaos lotus in my body. I also believe that these people would not tell anyone else about it. Furthermore, these people are clearly not from the upper reaches, yet they know that I have the primal chaos lotus. Then a thought surfaced in her mind, but she was unwilling to believe her own guess. Xinyuan Mose glanced at her. His deep voice was solemn as he said, "If these people did not know about it, then it's very likely that someone fell into their hands and found out about the primal chaos lotus whereabouts." He paused and asked, "Aside from me, who else knows that you have the primal chaos lotus?" "Elder Hun Yuan and Zhou Junwei." She paused, and her eyes flashed. "There's another person. It's the mysterious old man who gave me the primal chaos lotus back then. Elder Hun Yuan risked his life to protect you, and he's currently recuperating in the Nebula Immortal Sect. Naturally, it can't be him. As for Zhou Junwei," he paused and looked at her. "Zhou Junwei has always been in the Feng Manor. Also, I believe that he's not someone who would betray me," Fengjiu slowly said. She lowered her head and touched the wound on her dantian with her finger. "Those people wanted to dig out the primal chaos lotus from my body." As she said this, her lips curled slightly, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. "Since that old man gave me the primal chaos lotus back then, he would not have told those people that the primal chaos lotus was in my body. Even if he died, he would not have told them." Her eyes were gloomy, and her expression was cold. "However, since those people were able to find me and know that the primal chaos lotus is in my body, they must have found out about it. As such, I'm guessing that the old man who swept the floor back then probably died in their hands." "Soul-searching technique," Xinyuan Mose slowly said. He looked at her and said, "They must have used the soul-searching technique to find out about it." The two of them guessed and analyzed the situation. However, they did not know that the situation was roughly as they had guessed. Back then, the mysterious old man who swept the floor of the Peach Blossom Cove had fallen into the hands of those people. Those people used a soul-searching technique to find out the whereabouts of the chaotic green lotus, and from there, they found Fengjiu. This injury is very strange. The power of the green lotus can't heal it. Fengjiu's gaze fell on the injury on his body, and he frowned. "It seems that they came prepared. I will get the people from Yindian to investigate and find out the origins of these people," Xinyuan Mose said as he turned and went into the suitcase to help her take out another set of clothes. "Put on your clothes first." "Yes," she responded and put on her clothes with his help. However, when she tugged at the wound on her body, a slight pain came from the wound. "You lie on the bed." Xinyuan Mose didn't let her go out, but helped her to lie on the bed in the inner room. Tell them not to worry too much. Xinyuan Mose nodded, then walked out of the room and opened the door. When the people who were waiting in the courtyard saw the door open, they hurried forward. How is it? Is the wound serious? Xinyuan Mose turned slightly to the side to let them in. It's already been bandaged. Now, lying on the bed to rest, there shouldn't be any major problems. Don't worry. Chapter 2544. We're not sure yet, Xinyuan Mose said as he walked in. Guan Shilin and the others quickly walked into the room and saw Feng Jiu lying on the bed with a pale face. They couldn't help but worry. Xiao Jiu, are your wounds serious? Why are you so pale? I'm fine. They're just superficial wounds. I'll be fine after some rest. She smiled and comforted them, telling them not to worry. Emotion walked up and saw that she didn't look too well. He came to the bedside and said, "Give me your hand. I'll take a look." Feng Jiu chuckled. "Have you forgotten that I'm also a doctor? I know my own body. It's not a problem." Hearing this, Emo Chun didn't speak again. He just stared deeply at her for a moment, then looked away. "We were just discussing outside. We wondered if the people who suddenly attacked you were after Hauer." Guan Shilin said as he looked at Feng Jiu's expression. She was slightly stunned, then shook her head and smiled. "No, it's someone else. And I'm afraid that they won't be easy to deal with." Judging from the strength of those people, this was definitely just a test. If it was an attack, the next ones would definitely be stronger. There were always people who attacked her. She wasn't afraid of the enemy's strength, but she didn't expect this to happen when she decided to bring Feng Yi back. Facing such a strong opponent again, she was a little worried. She was worried that it would implicate her family. That had already happened once, and she didn't want it to happen again. "But why did you two go to that place? I heard from Emo Chan that it's quite a distance from here, and it's the highest mountain in this area. Logically speaking, with your strength and Xinyuan by your side, you shouldn't have been injured." Guan Shilin was a little puzzled. He also didn't understand this. With Xinyuan Mose's protection and her strength, how could anyone hurt her? Feng Jiu smiled when he heard that. "I heard that the scenery there was pretty good, so I went there. However, I didn't expect that the people devouring Cloud saved were the accomplices of those people. They approached us with ulterior motives. Those two injured me when I wasn't paying attention, so the only serious injury on my body is this wound in my dantian." Seeing that she was still smiling, Guan Shilin couldn't help but frown. "How can you still smile when you're injured like this? Why did you save those people?" "I had a moment of kindness, thinking that it would be a piece of cake. However, I didn't expect to save a wolf instead of sheep." She didn't really care. Even if she had to do it again, she would still let Tunyon take a look. After all, if it was really a weak woman who encountered such a thing, the outcome could be imagined. Although she was cold-hearted, she was not heartless. Under the premise that her strength allowed her to do so, she naturally would not leave him in the lurch. With her strength, cultivation, and status, if she left him in the lurch, what was the difference between her and those evil cultivators who didn't care about human lives? "You all go back and rest. I'm a little tired. I want to sleep for a while," she said softly and told them to go back and rest. Seeing the tiredness between her eyebrows, they nodded, told her to rest well and recuperate from her wounds, and left first. However, after Guan Shilin and the others left, Emo Chen still stood there without moving. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Chapter 2545. "Yes, it's different from before, but I've already applied medicine, so it should be fine." She spoke slowly. She didn't feel anything when she didn't mention the wound, but when she did, she felt a burning sensation. Was the wound infected? That's impossible, right? She was lost in her thoughts, forgetting that Emo Chan was still standing by the bed. Seeing her expression, Emo Chan glanced at Xinyuan Mose and asked, "Have you seen the wound? Is there anything strange?" Xinyuan Mose's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Feng Jiu and said to Emo Chun, "Her body is different from ordinary people. It has the ability to heal itself. But this time, the wound didn't heal." He paused, then continued, "I've already applied medicine. Let's wait and see tomorrow. We'll know when I change the dressing tomorrow." Hearing both of them say this, Mo Chan didn't say anything else. He just nodded. Then I'll go back first. I'll come back tomorrow to see her. He turned to Fengjiu, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said gently, have a good rest. I'll come and see you tomorrow. Yes. Fengjiu came back to her senses and responded. He turned and walked out. You sleep first. I'll go out and tell them. As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he went outside and instructed Ing Yi to get his subordinates to investigate this matter. When he returned to the room, he saw that she had already fallen asleep, so he went to take a bath first. After changing out of his blood-stained robes, he returned to the room, took off his outer robes, and laid down beside her. After midnight, the sky gradually darkened. Xinyuan Mo's suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fengjiu in his arms. Ajio? Ajio, what's wrong? The room was not lit by candles, but by a luminous pearl. The light was soft and not dazzling. At this time, under the soft light of the luminous pearl, he saw that Fengjiu's forehead was sweating. Her face was red, but her lips were pale. He quickly got up, put on his coat, and called out, Ing Yi, go get Mo-chun. When Ing Yi, who was guarding outside, heard this, he immediately responded, yes. His figure flashed and quickly went to Nail Mansion. In another courtyard of the estate, Tun Yin seemed to be in discomfort. It rolled around on the ground and roared, waking everyone in the estate. Lung Hua, Du Fan, and the others rushed over and saw it rolling on the ground and howling. They hurriedly asked, Tun Yin, what happened to you? The wound hurts. It lay on the ground, motionless, as if it had lost all its strength. Even its eyes were closed, and it groaned from time to time. Their hearts sank when they saw Tun Yin in such a state. Fan Lin, one of the 8 leaders of the Phoenix Guards, quickly walked over and examined Tun Yin. When he opened Tun Yin's wounds and saw that they were suffused with a black aura, he could not help but be alarmed. How could this be? His expression changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. He immediately looked at Lung Hua and the others. You guys stay here and look after Tun Yin. I'll go check on Master. Master was also injured. Would it be like Tun Yin? The wound was suffused with a black aura. Is it poison? Lung Hua asked worriedly as he followed him to the main courtyard. It doesn't look like poison, Fan Lin said as he quickened his pace. Chapter 25:46. After putting on his outer robe and preparing to take action, he heard a familiar voice. Young Master Mo Chun, I am Ing Yi. My master is asking you to come over immediately. Ing Yi jumped off the roof and landed outside his room. He lowered his voice and called out. Hearing this, Mo Chun slightly wrinkled his brow. He flicked his finger to light the room and put on his clothes. He tied up his hair and walked out. Opening the door, he saw that the person outside was indeed Ing Yi. What happened? He asked as he gathered his energy and jumped onto the roof towards the Feng Manor. Ing Yi followed closely behind him and said, It seems that something happened to the ghost doctor. As for the specifics, I'm not sure. In the Feng Manor, in the main courtyard in a side room, Xinyuan Mo's opened up a wound on Fengjiu's body to examine it. When he saw that the wound that had already been treated had not healed and was instead slightly swollen and emitting a black aura, his heart sank. His handsome face was cold and his lips were tightly pursed. Looking at Fengjiu, who was already unconscious from the heat, he got up and went outside to get a basin of water. He used a small handkerchief to wipe away the sweat on her forehead. He then soaked it in cold water and placed it on her forehead to cool it down. The sound of footsteps came from outside. Immediately after, Guan Shilin's worried voice could be heard. Xinyuan, how is Xiaojiu? Is it serious? Swallowing Cloud situation isn't too good. How is Xiaojiu right now? Come in. Xinyuan Mo's voice came from outside. The people outside followed Guan Shilin inside. In an instant, the room was filled with people. The 8 leaders of the Phone Guards, as well as Lung Hua, Du Fan, Guan Shilin, and Yi Qing, filled the room with more than 10 people. On the bed, Fengjiu's body was covered with blankets. A cold towel was placed on her forehead. Her face was red from the heat, but her lips were pale. With so many people coming in, she did not open her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her expression carried a bit of pain. Let me take a look. Fan Lin, who was knowledgeable in medicine, stepped forward to take Feng Jiu's pulse and check her wounds. After a while, he said to Xianyuan Mose with a serious expression, "Just like Heng Yun, there are no signs of poisoning, but the wounds are slightly swollen and there is a black aura permeating the wounds. My knowledge is shallow, and I don't know where this black aura comes from, so I can't treat the symptoms. Looks like it's because of the black qi on the wound." Guan Shilin said, "In the past, even if Xiao Jie was injured, he could recover quickly. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this." "Then what should we do? If we don't treat her, wouldn't it be?" Yi Qing was a little worried. If Feng Jiu was awake, it would be fine, but now that she had clearly lost consciousness, wouldn't it be even more serious if they continue to waste time? Mo Chan follows the Elder of Heavenly Secrets and is skilled in medicine. I've already sent Ing Yi to invite him over. As Xianyuan Mo spoke, his gaze fell on Feng Jiu's face on the bed. Seeing that her brows were furrowed and she was not sleeping peacefully, he took the cold towel and soaked it in cold water, then placed it on her forehead. Lung Hua saw this and came forward to take the water away, then replaced it with a basin of water. Seeing her master like this, she didn't know how to help, so she could only quietly stand to the side. "Master, young Master Mo Chun has come." Ing Yi's voice came from the door. Everyone in the room looked towards the door and saw Mo Chun stride in. Chapter 25:47. The wound has worsened, and there is a black aura floating about. "Come take a look," Xianyuan Mose said, gesturing for him to come forward. Mo Chan came to the bedside and saw that Feng Jiu was already unconscious, but he was not sleeping peacefully. His face was red and sweaty, and his lips were pale and colorless. He immediately went forward to check the wound, and sure enough, the wound was slightly swollen and there was a black aura floating about. "Are all the wounds on his body the same?" He looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose said, "I opened 2 wounds, and they are all the same." Mo Chan helped Feng Jiu feel his pulse. When his fingers touched his pulse, he frowned and turned to look at the others, saying, "You all can leave first." Seeing this, Guan Shilin and the others left first, allowing him to calm down and treat Feng Jiu. However, seeing that Feng Jiu's condition had not stabilized, they felt uneasy. The Fire Phoenix and Lao Bai, who were guarding the Heavenly Pill Building, seemed to have sensed something. After asking the people of the Heavenly Pill Building, they quickly rushed back to the Feng Manor. When they entered the Feng Manor, they saw that everyone was standing in the main courtyard, pacing back and forth, looking at the rooms from time to time. The 2 beasts quickly went forward. "Did something happen? Where's my master?" Lao Bai asked. He wanted to go into the room, but he was stopped by Guan Shilin. The Fire Phoenix next to him stared at the closed door of the room. It flapped its wings and landed on the table. No one knew what it was thinking. "She is injured, and her condition is not good. Don't go in first. Mo Chun and Xianyuan are inside." Guan Shilin said. Fan Lin and the others said, "Tun Yun's condition is similar to Feng Jiu's. Think of a way to send it here." "Okay." The 8 leaders of the Phoenix Guards responded and turned to leave. The Fire Phoenix saw that it could not enter the room, so it followed the 8 Phoenix Guards to see Tun Yun. Lao Bai saw this and quickly followed. In the room, Mo Chun looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, "She has the aura of the Primal Chaos Lotus in her body. The Primal Chaos Lotus should be in her body." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose did not say anything and only responded, "Yes." He also felt it just now. It seemed that because her wounds had worsened, the green lotus in her body automatically emitted the green lotus chi. However, that chi was very weak, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. If I'm not wrong, the person who attacked you tonight should be aiming for the primal chaos green lotus in her body. Mo Chan sighed softly and said, "Furthermore, her enemies are very strong. The black lotus of destruction is in their hands. The black chi on her wound is not poisonous, but the chi of the black lotus of destruction." Xianyuan Mose's deep black eyes flashed, and he asked, "Do you have a way to remove the black aura from her wounds?" As long as the aura was removed, the primal chaos lotus in her body would repair itself, and it would be much easier to heal her wounds. Emo-chan smiled and warmly said, "What you should be thankful for is that the people you met tonight are not the one with the Black Lotus of Destruction. The aura of the Black Lotus of Destruction in their weapons is limited, so the situation won't be too serious." He paused and said to Xinyuan Mose, "Help her up. I will use my power to remove the aura of the Primal Chaos Lotus." Chapter 2548. Emo-chan, who was standing by the bed, began to circulate his technique. His body emitted a white light, and the aura formed by the light flowed into his palms. He pressed his palms together and pressed his palms against Fengjiu's back, sending the aura into her body. If someone could see through things, they would see that the white aura that Emo-chan had sent into Fengjiu's meridians flowed slowly and dispersed in all directions. The black aura that was resisting the green lotus aura in Fengjiu's body was gradually forced to flow through his meridians under the influence of the white aura. As time passed, Xinyuan Mose saw a black aura faintly diffuse from the bandages on Fengjiu's body. The black aura seeped into the clothes, rose from the wound, and disappeared into the air. As the wisps of black aura dissipated, Fengjiu, whose body was originally hot and face flushed red with sweat, gradually recovered. However, her face was faintly pale. Emo-chan's forehead was also sweating. Because he had been circulating his technique, his aura was weak. After a long while, he cleared the black aura from Fengjiu's body. Then, he retracted his aura and exhaled. The green lotus in her body is circulating on its own. Don't worry, she'll be fine soon. Emo-chan said slowly. Looking at the faint green aura on Fengjiu's body, he said, "I'll go take a look at Swallow the Cloud. Fengjiu is already like this. It's probably the same." You just cleared the black aura from her body. If you use it again, it might be too much for her, Xinyuan Mose said. "There's no other way. This technique was passed down to me by my master. Other than me, no one else can clear the black aura from the Black Lotus of Destruction," he said with a smile. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to leave. As Xinyuan Mose watched him turn around and walk out, he said, "Thank you." Hearing this, Emo-chan turned to look at him in surprise and smiled. "You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. All right, take good care of her. It's best if you remove all the bandages on her body." "Okay," Xinyuan Mose replied. Seeing him leave, he called out, "Long Shuang, come in." When the people outside saw Emo-chan come out, they quickly surrounded him and asked, "How is she? How is she?" "Don't worry, she should be fine," he said, looking at Swallow the Cloud, who was lying on the ground. "Long Shuang, Yama Lord." When she came to the inner room, her gaze naturally fell on her master, Fengjiu. She wanted to see how she was doing. "Go get a basin of hot water," Xinyuan Mose ordered as he took off Fengjiu's clothes and removed all the bandages on her wounds. When he saw that the black aura on the wounds had disappeared and was replaced by a faint green aura, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes," Long Shuang answered and hurriedly went out again. Not long after, she brought a bucket of hot water from the kitchen. Then she put some in a basin and sent it to the bed. Chapter 2549. Long Shuang retreated, closed the door, and relayed Xinyuan Mose's words to the others. Outside, Emo-chan was treating Fengyun's injuries. Inside the room, Xinyuan Mose cleaned Fengjiu's wounds. Seeing that they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the chi of the green lotus, he took an inner garment and put it on her. The deeper wounds healed more slowly, while the shallower ones healed slowly. However, thinking of Emo-chan's words just now, he did not feel relaxed. The Black Lotus of Destruction? That Black Lotus of Destruction could not even suppress the Green Lotus? Tonight, these people were not the ones with the Black Lotus. Then, if one day they met the one with the Black Lotus, what would happen? Watered out in a daze, Fengjiu felt that her mouth was a little dry. She wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were very heavy. She did not even have the strength to open them. Hearing her call for water, Xinyuan Mose got out of bed and poured a cup of water for her. He brought it to her lips and said, "Agio, here's the water. Drink some." He did not know whether she heard him or not. Fengjiu opened her mouth slightly and drank the water. After drinking the cup of water, she fell into a deep sleep. Because he was worried about the deep wound in her dantian, he did not dare to sleep. He sat by the bed and watched over her. From time to time, he checked whether the heat in her body had dissipated. From time to time, he looked at the wound in her dantian to see if it had healed. Throughout the night, he did not rest. It was not until the next morning when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window that he sat by the bedside and touched the short and prickly beard that had grown on his chin. Then, he got up and went to wash up. After washing up, he returned to the bedside to check on Fengjiu again. Seeing that she had recovered in all aspects, and even the wound on her dantian had disappeared under the healing energy of the green lotus, he revealed a smile. He walked out and saw Lung Shuang waiting outside. He asked, "How's the cloud-swallowing technique?" After Mo Chun treated him last night, we bandaged Tun Yun's wound. This morning, I took a look at it. The redness and swelling on the wound has disappeared and it has returned to normal. However, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for the wound to recover. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose nodded and instructed, "Go and get the kitchen to prepare some food and send it over." "Yes," Lung Shuang responded, but he didn't move. Instead, he asked, "Yama Lord, my master, she's fine now. She just hasn't woken up yet," Xin Yuan Mose said as he walked inside. Hearing his words, Lung Shuang felt relieved. She was about to walk quickly to the side room and tell her what her master liked to eat. However, at this time, Xin Yuan Mose called again. "Wait, Yama Lord, is there anything else?" Lung Shuang turned around and asked. "Other than some plain porridge, tell the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food." "Yes," Lung Shuang responded and left quickly. Fengjiu woke up at the end of the morning. She didn't know what happened after she fell asleep last night. Therefore, when she woke up, she lifted her clothes and saw that her wound had recovered. Moreover, there were no bandages on her wound. She couldn't help but be startled. "It's all healed?" Chapter 2550. Fengjiu looked at her wounds and said, "Why did I feel like my wounds worsened last night?" She looked strangely at the wounds that had already healed and asked, "Why did they suddenly heal? Last night, your wounds really did worsen. I had call Mo Chin over. He helped you remove the black aura of the Black Lotus of Destruction from your wounds." "Black Lotus of Destruction?" She was startled and could not help but look up at him. "That's right, the Black Lotus of Destruction." Xin Yuan Mose's deep gaze fell on her body and said, "Last night, your wounds worsened. Every wound was filled with a black aura. You also lost consciousness. Mo Chun saw you later and said that the aura of the Black Lotus of Destruction accelerated the deterioration of your wounds." Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. The Black Lotus of Destruction is not ordinary. The aura of the Black Lotus of Destruction permeated my wounds. How did Mo Chun remove it? He said that his master taught him a set of techniques. He used this set of techniques to help you and Tun Yun remove the aura of the Black Lotus. He also said that those people's weapons were only tainted with the aura of the Black Lotus. They were not the ones who possessed the Black Lotus. But one thing is certain, the people who wanted to steal the chaotic green lotus in your body were very powerful. Fengjiu pondered. After a while, she said to Xin Yuan Mose, "If that's the case, I want my brother to take Feng Yi and the others back first. Then he will send Feng Yi and Yang Yang to their master at Wudong Mountain. As for me, I don't think it's appropriate for me to go back now." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose looked at her and asked, "You're worried that if you go back now, those people will act against your father and the others?" "Yes." She nodded. "It's rare for them to have peace there. I don't want them to be in danger because of me and worry them." "All right. If that's the case, wash up first. I'll get someone to call your brother over." As he spoke, he reached out to tuck the strands of hair that had fallen on her cheeks behind her ears. Then, he turned around and walked out. Knowing that she had woken up, Du Fan and the others came over early. Guan Shilin, who came with Yi Qing, looked at Yi and asked, "Did your master say anything?" "No, but don't worry, the ghost doctor is fine." She should have something else to do. Shadow, he said as he walked forward. Not long after, they arrived at the main courtyard. Xianyuan Mose walked out first. He looked at Lung Hua and asked, "Is Mo Chun in the Fu?" "Yes. He used up a lot of energy last night, so I arranged for him to rest in the mansion." Xianyuan Mose nodded and looked at Guan Shilin. "Have a seat. She has something to tell you." "Is she okay?" Guan Shilin asked. Before Xianyuan Mose could speak, Lao Bai's voice came from the room. "Master is fine. Don't worry." As soon as it finished speaking, it walked out of the room, followed by the fire phoenix that flapped its wings and flew out. "She'll be out in a moment," Xianyuan Mose said, and took a sip of the tea in front of him. Chapter 25:51. Seeing that her aura had returned to normal and that she was in good spirits, they were relieved. "I asked you to come here because I have something to arrange." Her gaze swept across everyone and finally landed on Guan Shilin. "Brother, because we haven't found out who the people who attacked me are, I've decided not to go back for now. However, I wanted to take Feng Yi and Zhao Yang back and let the family take a good look at Feng Yi before sending them back to Wudou Mountain." Hearing this, Guan Shilin was startled. "So, you don't plan to go back?" "Yes," she nodded. "I'm worried that if I go back, I'll bring trouble to the family, so I want you to send them back. As for us, we can't go back now." She didn't want to disturb the peaceful life of her family, nor did she want to bring danger to them. Therefore, she was the only one who wouldn't bring danger to the Phoenix dynasty. Seeing this, Guan Shilin put on a serious expression and said in a low voice, "Yes, don't worry. I'll bring them both back. Then you and Yi Qing pack up first. I'll go to Mo Chen's place first and find you later. As for Du Fan and the rest, you can go back to the Heavenly Pill House first." "Okay," Guan Shilin replied and left with Yi Qing. "Master, we'll go back to the building first." They bowed and turned to leave. "Lao Bai, you go too." Feng Jiu glanced at Lao Bai. I'll go too." Lao Bai was slightly startled and glanced at the fire phoenix. Seeing that it stopped on the table and didn't move, he muttered and walked out. Seeing that they had all left, Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose let Lung Hua lead the way to the courtyard where Mo Chun was resting. In the side room of the courtyard, Mo Chun had been sitting cross-legged to adjust his aura since he entered the room last night. When he heard a knock on the door, he exhaled softly and withdrew his aura into his body before opening his eyes. "Come in." When Feng Jiu heard the conversation from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in with Xianyuan Mose. "Mo Chun, I have something to ask you." Feng Jiu came to the inner room and watched him walk out slowly. Only then did he sit down at the table in the outer room with him. Xianyuan Mose glanced at Mo Chun. Seeing that his complexion was much better than last night, he nodded slightly at him. "You want to ask me about the Black Lotus of Destruction?" Mo Chun sat down at the table. Not long after, Lung Hua outside served them tea. "That's right." Feng Jiu looked at him and asked, "Do you know what this Black Lotus of Destruction is?" Hearing this, Mo Chun smiled gently. He picked up the teacup in front of him and used the lid to gently scrape the tea leaves floating on top. After taking a sip, he put down the teacup and said, "Since you have the Green Lotus of Chaos, you should naturally know about this Black Lotus of Destruction." Feng Jiu frowned slightly. "I only know that there were 4 lotus seeds in ancient times. One was the Green Lotus of Good Fortune. The second was the Golden Lotus of Merit. The third was the Red Lotus of Hellfire. And the fourth was the Black Lotus of Destruction. These 4 lotus seeds all grew from the heart of the Green Lotus of Chaos. However, the Green Lotus of Chaos is with me. Why would the Black Lotus of Destruction appear at this time?" Chapter 25:52. But where did the Black Lotus of Annihilation come from? And whose hands did it fall into? The Black Lotus of Annihilation is not an evil lotus. It depends on who has it, Mo Chun said slowly. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, "When I go back this time, my master asked me to tell you that when the ancient lotus seeds appear, you have to collect them. Other than the chaotic green lotus, there are 4 other lotus seeds scattered around. The chaotic green lotus is the leader of the 4 lotuses and has the ability to suppress them. You have to do this." "Suppress them?" But why did I see her surrounded by the aura of the Black Lotus last night, but the aura of the chaotic Green Lotus in her body could not even suppress the aura of the Black Lotus on her wounds? Hearing this, Imo Chen's gaze fell on Fengjiu and said, "The chaotic Green Lotus in your body must not have bloomed yet, right? An immature chaotic Green Lotus only has the ability to heal some simple wounds. Only when the chaotic Green Lotus is fully grown will it have the ability to revive all things, suppress the four lotuses, and purify them." As he said this, he took out a brocade pouch from his space. He held it in his hand and looked at it for a while before handing it to Fengjiu. "My master asked me to give this to you when I came back." Fengjiu was slightly surprised. She opened it and looked at it. Her expression couldn't help but become a little strange. "Why does it say that I have to go to Penglai Immortal Island by myself?" She looked at Imo-chan and asked, "What kind of place is this Penglai Immortal Island? Why is there a stairway to immortality? And you want me to go alone?" After saying this, she instinctively looked at Xianyuan Mose. Going alone, didn't that mean that he could not go with her? Did this mean that the two of them had to separate again? Penglai Immortal Island? Imo-chan was startled. He shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this place. I don't even know where it is." Is this a map or an array formation on the back?" She inadvertently saw an array formation map on the back and was a little dazzled. Xianyuan Mose took a look at it and furrowed his brows. "This is the map of the array. If you want to know the map of the array, you have to first break the array and then look at the map. If I'm not mistaken, this map should be the map of Penglai. Did your master say what he wanted me to do in this place?" Fengjiu looked at Imo-chan and asked. "No," Imo-chan replied. "However, my master always has his reasons for doing things. Since he asked you to go to that place, I believe there must be a reason as well." His voice paused slightly as he pondered. "Moreover, even I have never heard of this place. I'm afraid this place is very extraordinary." When he saw this, Fengjiu looked at Xianyuan Mose, and his gaze moved down to the brocade pouch in Xianyuan Mose's hand. After a short while, he said, "Let's go back. I still have to make arrangements with my brother and the others." As he spoke, he looked at Imo-chan and smiled. "I'll take this brocade pouch back and study it. As for whether or not I should listen to your master, I'll have to think about it again." Imo-chan replied. "Then I'll go back first. If there's anything, tell them to find me." "I will," Fengjiu said, and then said to Lung Hua, "Send Imo-chan off." "Yes," Lung Hua replied, and gestured for Imo-chan to follow him out. Chapter 2553. After discussing with Xianyuan Mose and Guan Shilin, Fengjiu arranged for a group of 12 people to follow and protect them. At the same time, she also asked the Fire Phoenix to go back with them and help her protect her family. This was the only way she could truly be at ease. Although the Fire Phoenix was a bit unwilling to go back to Fengjiu, it knew what Fengjiu valued the most. Thus, the Fire Phoenix agreed in the end and helped her protect her family. In the early morning of the next day, before the sun had even risen, the group of people left quietly. Guan Shilin led the group, followed by Yi Qing, Feng Yi, and Zhao Yang. Feng Yi couldn't guess why Fengjiu's group suddenly didn't go back, and Guan Shilin didn't tell him either. In the following days, Fengjiu took the brocade pouch and deciphered the array diagram on it. The array diagram was very exquisite and complicated. She tried to decipher it many times, but she couldn't solve it even once. She could only try again and again. After 3 or 4 days, Fengjiu finally deciphered the array diagram on the back of the brocade pouch. The array diagram she deciphered was indeed a roadmap. However, she didn't expect that the road to Penglai Immortal Island would be so long. "Look, it really isn't in the upper reaches of the continent." She handed the map to Xianyuan Mose for him to look at. He took it and glanced at it, asking, "Then what are your plans? Do you really want to go?" "The main thing is that I don't know where this place is." Fengjiu frowned and pondered. She looked at the array diagram. "The brocade pouch that Tianji Elder gave me has this thing inside. Tell me, how can I not go?" "Since you want to go, then I'll go with you. We can take care of each other on the way." He looked at her and said, He still didn't feel at ease letting her leave his side alone at this time. I don't know what kind of mechanism this Tianjizi set up, but it said that only I can go. She waved the brocade pouch and said, "How about this? I'll go and take a look. When the time comes, as long as I have the chance, I'll definitely send a letter back." She hugged his arm and said with a smile, "Moreover, if you are guarding the Heavenly Pill House, I will be at ease no matter where I am." Hearing this, he chuckled and shook his head. "You? Fine. Since you've said so, then let's do as you wish. During the time that you're not here, I will help you look after the Feng Manor and protect the Heavenly Pill Building until you return. However, since you're going out, you still have to make the necessary preparations. Also, remember what Emochin said. As long as there's a suitable opportunity, you must cultivate the chaotic green lotus in your body and let it bloom." "And don't worry. I know," Feng Ji replied with a smile and squinted her eyes. A few days later, Xuanyuan Mose originally wanted her to quietly leave the city, but who would have thought that Feng Jio would ride on Tun Yun's back? She didn't use her sword and just swaggered through the city's outer gate, as if she wanted to let everyone know that she had left the Heavenly Pill House's 100 River City. Xuanyuan Mose, who knew her intentions, wanted to send people to protect her, but she refused. She hoped to attract all the hidden forces to her. That way, they wouldn't have time to deal with the Heavenly Pill House or Xuanyuan Mose. Chapter 2554. The auras of the experts behind her were all absorbed into her divine sense. She stopped and looked back. Then, she put the swallowing cloud sword into her space. The next moment, her figure jumped and directly flew into the sky on her sword. When they saw her flying on her sword, those people hurriedly followed. The experts who were originally hidden released their pressure at this moment. They changed from the dark to the light and directly appeared behind Feng Jio. "Feng Jio, hand over the thing." A fierce shout came from behind. That voice contained a shocking force, causing the air to tremble slightly. However, Feng Jio, who was protected by the aura of an ancient divine beast, was not afraid of the pressure at all. She turned back to take a look, then increased the speed of her sword kinesis flight, and the distance between them was not too far. In front, she was wearing a dazzling red robe as she flew on her sword. Several experts followed closely behind her. From morning to evening, when they passed through a mountain forest, Feng Jio, who had been flying in the air, suddenly put away her flying sword and fell down. She fell very quickly. It was as if she did not condense a trace of spiritual power to protect her body or adjust the speed of her descent. She just let her body fall naturally. This unexpected action startled the cultivators who had been chasing her. When they reacted, they saw that the red figure had already disappeared into the dense forest. Damn it! Originally, there were only a few people following her, but later, some people behind them also followed. The total number of people added up to 16 or 17 people, but Feng Jio escaped under the eyes of these 16 or 17 people. How shameful! Find her! You must find her! The leader of the cultivators shouted in a gloomy voice. After leading people into the dense forest, he waved his hand and signaled the people behind him to scatter into small groups of 2 to search the forest. At this time, Feng Jio had already flashed into her space. Not a trace of her aura could be found. She ate something in the space to replenish her physical strength. She took off her red dress and changed it into a black one. Her black hair was also tied up by her. She changed her makeup from head to toe, as if she was a different person. This seemed to be the first time she had worn black, tight-fitting clothes, but it was pleasing to the eye. She waited in the space until the sky outside gradually darkened. Then, she went out of the space, holding only a dagger in her hand. She restrained her aura and used her divine sense to explore the area. When she sensed the movements in the surroundings, she moved quietly. Her black robe played a very good role in concealing her presence. When she arrived behind a cultivator, that cultivator still didn't notice her. She instantly reached out and grabbed him, grabbing his lifeline with one hand as she asked coldly, "Who are you people?" However, as soon as she spoke, what awaited her was the cultivator committing suicide by biting poison. She looked at the cultivator who had died under her hands. A cultivator of the immortal sage realm had actually bitten the poison hidden under his tongue without any hesitation in order to protect something. At this moment, her heart was cold. What kind of force was this? Why would a cultivator of the immortal sage realm choose to commit suicide after knowing that he couldn't escape from her hands? Chapter 2555. Fengjiu pursed her lips as she stared at the sage, immortal cultivator lying at her feet. She stared at the dead man for a long while. Nurturing a sage, immortal cultivator as a sacrificial soldier? What kind of power was this? How could they be even stronger than the demons? When she thought of the endless trouble she had gotten herself into, the anger in her heart started to surge. She crouched down and searched the corpse. What's this? Apart from the sage immortal space ring, there was also a round ball of mud covered in yellow mud. Because the line of sight wasn't good, and the people inside were also looking for her, she didn't take a closer look. She only took the mud ball from the cultivator's space and put it back into her space. She used some medicine to treat the corpse, leaving no trace behind. Then, she continued to walk into the forest. In the pitch-black night, the forest was filled with the constant chirping of insects. The night wind blew and the leaves rustled. Surprisingly, she didn't meet those people again. As the night deepened, she vaguely heard a secret signal in the forest. The night passed, and the sky gradually brightened. Fengjiu, who had rested for a night in her space, carefully checked the space ring of the cultivator she had killed. Why is it a ball of mud? What could be inside? She looked at the mud ball strangely and smashed it on the ground. She saw that when the yellow mud was smashed and scattered, the small black tile was also revealed. There really is something inside. She picked up the little black tile and looked at it. It seemed to be a symbol of status. Apart from the complicated patterns on it, there was nothing else. Apart from that, there were some communication devices and some treasures in the space. After packing up her things, she took out the route map and looked at it. Because she wanted to lure those people to follow her, but she didn't want them to know the route she was going to take. Now, it was a lot different from the route she was going to take. Swallow Cloud, you can rest here. She patted Swallow Cloud, who was lying beside her and looking at her. She told it to stay in the space while she flashed out. 10 days later, dressed in red, Fengjiu stood in front of an endless sea. She looked at the waves crashing and the sound of the water surging. The waves behind pushed the waves in front towards the shore. When the salty sea breeze blew in her face, she couldn't help but look around. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the map in her hand. It can't be. We still have to cross this sea? How big is this sea? Moreover, can we cross it? She muttered to herself as she stood by the sea. Then, she looked at the map in her hand and sighed softly. It would be one thing if we knew what lies beyond this island. At least we would know how big this sea is. But the map doesn't show the route here. Isn't this a joke? She took a few steps back and sat down on a rock by the sea. She supported her chin with one hand and stared at the sea in front of her. While she was in a daze, time passed quietly. What surprised her was that the sea was so big, but she didn't see a single ship. Her stomach grumbled, and she suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten anything for the entire day. But what was there to eat in this place? Chapter 2556. I've decided I'll eat seafood. She smiled and stood up. Rolling up her sleeves, she walked to the beach and adjusted the spiritual energy in her body. She stepped on the water with the tip of her foot. She came to a deeper part of the water and looked down. Strangely, she didn't see any fish swimming in the water. Thus, she released several spiritual energy auras and splashed the water, but there was still no sign of any edible creatures. Strange? Even if there's no fish in the water, this is the sea. It's impossible that there's no seafood to eat. She muttered strangely and tried again, but she still didn't see any fish or shrimp. Hey, little girl, don't waste your time there. This place is different from other places. Even if you try again, you won't get a fish. Just as Fengjiu was puzzled, she suddenly heard an old voice with a smile. She looked back and saw a white-haired old man walking over with a walking stick in his hand, waving at her as he shouted. Fengjiu's toes skimmed across the water, and she returned to the shore. She walked over to the old man and asked, "Uncle, Why can't we get any fish here? There should be a lot of seafood in this sea. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. Hearing your words, I can tell that you're from another place, right? Let this old man tell you. No one has ever thought of getting any seafood in this sea, but there are a lot of sea monsters. Feng Jiu was startled. Sea monsters? What sea monsters? What kind of sea monsters haven't we seen before? In any case, they're just big sea monsters that eat people. All the fish and shrimp in the sea have been eaten by those sea monsters. How can we get a chance to hunt? The old man smiled and sat down on the sand that wasn't hit by the waves. Very few people come to this place. You're a little girl. Why did you come here alone? The old man asked as he stroked his beard. His smiling eyes fell on Feng Jiu, and he couldn't help but smile. You're a beautiful young lady. I've seen many outstanding women, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. Thank you for your praise, uncle. I was just hungry and thought that there should be a lot of delicious food in the sea nearby. I didn't expect to not even see a fish. Her voice paused, and her gaze landed on the old man. She asked, I don't see anyone else in this area. Where did Uncle come from? What are you doing here? Who says there's no one else? Did you go that way? The old man pointed at a place on a hillside. Feng Jiu was slightly startled. Looking at that place, there were actually a few corners of the house that were faintly visible in the clouds. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. When she came here, she flew on her sword. She had a panoramic view of this area from a high place. It was because she didn't see anyone else that she said that. But now, what was going on with the roofs on the hillside in the distance? She was sure that she definitely didn't miss anything. When I looked earlier, there really wasn't anyone there. Why is it now? She said doubtfully. She retracted her gaze and looked at the old man beside her. She saw that the old man had already inserted his walking stick into the sand in front of him and was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be sleeping, but also seemed to be cultivating. Chapter 25:57. However, the old man did not open his eyes. Even his breathing was as steady as a stream. He sat there quietly without any fluctuation, as if he was asleep. Seeing this strange old man sitting there quietly, as if there was no one else around, Feng Jiu looked at him, then looked away and stared at the sea. She had to make a trip to this sea. Since she could not find a fish at the bottom of the sea with her spiritual energy, why not? Her eyes flashed, and she became lively. She took off her boots and her red coat. Wearing only her underwear, she walked barefoot towards the sea in front of her. The old man, who was sitting with his eyes closed, seemed to have heard movement. He opened one of his eyes to take a look. He saw that the girl had taken off her coat and boots and was walking towards the sea barefoot. He was so shocked that he quickly opened his eyes. Little girl, don't think too hard and do something stupid. Everyone only has one life. If you die, you'll have nothing left. He quickly went forward to stop Feng Jiu, who was walking towards the sea. When Feng Jiu heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. She turned back to look at the old man and said, Uncle, I'm not thinking too hard. I just want to go to the sea to take a look. It's said that the bottom of the sea is full of treasures, especially the seafood that can't be seen in the past. It's rare to see such a big sea. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't go down? If you go down, you won't be able to come back up. There are sea monsters at the bottom of the sea, and those sea monsters eat people. The old man said again. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. Uncle, you already said that. Yes, but why do you still want to go down and die? You're such a pretty little girl. Why are you thinking too hard? The old man pulled her and earnestly persuaded her. If you're just hungry and want to eat, then come to my house. How about eating in my house? Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. She looked at the old man. Go to your house. She could not help but look at the hillside. There? Yes, there. Do you want to go? Feng Jiu, who was standing in the sea, thought for a moment and asked, Will this be inconvenient? This old man was a cultivator, and his strength was at the celestial sage realm. Clearly, he was not an ordinary person. But why did his behavior seem a little strange? He didn't even ask about her background, nor did he care if she was a good person or a bad person. He actually said that he would take her to his house. There seemed to be some kind of barrier or array formation around the hillside. Otherwise, it was impossible for her not to see those houses when she passed by. But now, the old man was saying that he would bring her there. No matter how she looked at it, it was a little strange. No, this old man is alone, the old man said with a smile. Seeing this, Fengjiu thought for a while and walked back. If that's the case, I'll go and disturb you. She walked back and wiped her feet clean. Then, she put on her boots and coat before following the old man to the hillside. Sure enough, it was as she thought. There were indeed formations and barriers in that place. She followed the old man. After passing through those barriers and formations, she finally arrived inside. However, when she saw what was inside, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chapter 25:58. Everything seemed so natural and normal, but in this natural and normal situation, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong with the space. Strange. Why are they all wearing their clothes inside out? Fengjiu saw that along the way, everyone she saw, regardless of whether it was the children or the adults, all wore their clothes inside out. Oh, this is the custom here. Different places have different customs. He. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. He came to a fruit tree and reached out to pluck a few fruits and handed them to Fengjiu. Here, take this. Fill your stomach first. Fengjiu saw that the fruit in her hand was fresh and juicy. At this time, she was hungry, so she wiped the fruit and took a bite. It tasted crispy and sweet, especially the juicy fruit that quenched her thirst. However, when she raised her head to look at the old man and was about to thank him, she saw that the old man who was originally standing in front of her had disappeared without a trace. Uncle, she slightly frowned and called out. She looked around, but saw that the surroundings were still as usual. The adults and children were busy, and the children were still playing on the fruit trees. She narrowed her eyes and looked around, muttering, "An illusion?" It seemed that she had met an expert today. The old man's aura was peaceful, and there was no smell of blood. She didn't expect him to be a hidden expert, and now he had trapped her in this illusion. Since it was an illusion, there was naturally a way to break it. But what was going on with these people? If it was an illusion, why did these people appear? Inside the illusion, she was looking for a way to break the illusion. Outside, the old man with a walking stick was holding a mirror in one hand and looking at it. And in the mirror, Fengjiu's figure could be seen. Inside, Fengjiu was pulled by two women into a small path. Come. My house is fruit wine and roasted meat. I'll take you to eat. That's right. You can have anything you want here. Come, we'll take you to eat. Fengjiu was dragged along the path by the two women. She ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine in their house. Every time she said she wanted to leave, there would be an irresistible reason and wine sent to her. She ate and drank inside until she could no longer hold on to the alcohol and laid down on the table. However, the two women only smiled and helped her into the room. After settling her down to rest, they left. After the two left, Fengjiu opened his eyes. This place was so real that it made her feel as if she had entered a farmer's house. The people here didn't have any ill intentions and were just ordinary farmers. Could such a place be an illusion? She lay on the bed and thought for a long time, but she couldn't come up with an answer. What was that old man trying to do? Why did he bring her to such a place? To be able to do this silently, it was really a good method. She fell asleep on the bed. When the sky darkened, she suddenly got up and looked around the place. When she walked out of a certain range, she would encounter something invisible to the naked eye, but it really existed. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Chapter 25:59. How could this be? Isn't this an illusory array? This can't be right. She followed the path that the old man had brought her in, but found that she could not reach the end. This place seemed to be round, and after walking one round, she would return to the same place. With her proficiency in arrays and boundaries, it was impossible that she could not get out. However, this place was obviously very strange. It was as if she had overlooked something. No, I have to think about it. She slowly walked in front of these small houses, one step at a time, and inadvertently came to the side of a well. What exactly did I overlook? What exactly is wrong? She softly murmured, and her gaze inadvertently fell on the moon in the well. Because she was thinking about something, although her gaze fell on the moon, she was thinking through the moon. However, suddenly, a flash of light flashed through her mind. She abruptly leaned forward, and when she saw the moon in the water, she could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Upside down? How could it be upside down? She instinctively raised her head, and sure enough, she saw that the moon in the night sky was upside down. Involuntarily, a thought flashed through her mind. So, it's like this. No wonder those people were wearing clothes that were behind their backs. No wonder this place gave her a very strange feeling. It was because it was upside down. This meant that she was not in an illusory array, but in a mirror. Only in a mirror would everything be upside down. Since she had found a reason, leaving this place would not be a problem. She laughed softly and sat down with her hands on the edge of the well. Her voice was filled with spiritual aura. Old man, are you going to let me out yourself? Or do you want me to break this broken mirror of yours? Yeah, you know it's a mirror? The old man's voice suddenly sounded with surprise. Hearing that voice, Fengjiu smiled slightly. Other than a mirror, what else is upside down? If I'm not wrong, I should be inside one of the mirror artifacts in your hands, right? Little girl, you're so smart. How long has it been? You actually managed to break the old man's illusionary moon mirror. The old man said with a smile. His tone was normal, as if he was just playing with Fengjiu. He didn't let her out, as Fengjiu had asked. Instead, he smiled and said, Since you know, then come out yourself. If you can't find a way out, you'll probably have to stay in there for a while. Fengjiu wasn't surprised at all. She just smiled and continued to sit by the well. Uncle, why did you leave me here? After coming in for so long, my stomach is still empty. Ha ha ha. How could someone who can come to the Thousand Illusion Sea be an ordinary person? Since you're here, you'll naturally have to go through this old man first. The old man's laughter entered Fengjiu's ears. He asked curiously, Little girl, where did you come from? What's his name? How did you find this place? Thousand Fantasy Sea? Fengjiu softly repeated this name in her heart. The map that the Elder of Heavenly Secrets gave only showed that there was a sea here, but he didn't say what this place was called. However, from this old man's words, could it be that he was the person guarding this sea? Chapter 2560. Fengjiu didn't hear any more sounds, so she calmed down. She sat by the well and looked around carefully, looking for a way to get out of here. She raised her head to look at the crescent moon hanging upside down in the sky. In the end, she couldn't help but turn around and look at the well. A glint flashed across her eyes. So that's how it is. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew it. She stood up and looked at the sparkling water in the well. The reflection of the crescent moon made her smile and jump in. The old man, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly woke up. He turned his head and saw the mirror beside him flashing with light. Then, the woman in red walked out from it. She's out. He was surprised. He didn't expect the girl to come out so quickly at such a young age. She wasn't simple. Uncle, can we talk now? Fengjiu sat down and stared at the old man. Talk about what? I just want to see if you have the ability to go out to sea. I don't have anything to talk about. The old man lay down on the sand and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Fengjiu was startled. She asked, Weren't you going to ask me where I came from? What's my name? Forget it. I don't want to ask now. The old man said and went to sleep. Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She felt that the old man didn't play by the rules. She looked at the night sky and saw that it was still early in the morning. She took out a mat from her space and laid it on the ground. Then, she took out a cloak and covered herself with it. With the sky as her cover and the ground as her hut, it faced the sea and leaned against the mountains. She had to admit that sleeping on the ground here was very different. Looking at the stars and sky, she felt so small. She listened to the sound of the waves and the whistling of the night wind. Gradually, she fell asleep. The next day, she woke up before dawn. She sat by the sea and hugged her knees. Looking at the sun slowly rising from the sea, she couldn't help but squint. The feeling of watching the sunrise at the seaside was indeed different. Looking at the sun rising from the east, the rays of light scattered on the surface of the sea, refracting the clear and crystalline waves on the surface of the water. It was very beautiful. She stood up, stretched her waist, and stared at the sea in front of her. Until now, she still wanted to eat a seafood feast. Moreover, she wanted to take the opportunity to explore the so-called sea monsters at the bottom of the sea. Thus, she took off her boots, took off her outer clothes, and placed them at the side. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the sea. A plop was heard, and the old man was startled awake. The old man sat up and looked at the splashing water on the surface of the sea. Then, he glanced at the boots and outer clothes beside him. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and shake his head. He's really bold. He actually dared to go to the bottom of the sea. All right, this old man will see what you can do. He lay down and continued to squint. However, this time, he didn't fall asleep. Instead, he paid attention to the movements on the surface of the sea. Fengjiu, who was at the bottom of the sea, opened her eyes and looked into the sea. She felt a stinging pain when she opened her eyes. Furthermore, she didn't expect that the deeper she went, the colder the water became. It was just as the old man had said. It was bottomless, and there wasn't a single fish or shrimp in sight. Chapter 2561. When the old man heard the commotion, he opened his eyes and looked at the sea. He saw the little girl's head emerge from the sea. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, making her look like a mess. He couldn't help but shake his head and close his eyes, no longer looking at her. At this moment, Fengjiu walked out of the sea. She dragged her clothes that were dripping with water and sat on the beach. Then she rummaged through her space for something. After a long time, she took out a bead from her space. Found it. She held the bead and smiled. Then she jumped into the sea again. This time, she dived deeper. When she reached the depths, she felt that it was difficult to breathe. So she poured her spirit force into the bead and threw it into the water. In an instant, the seawater split into two sides. As the bead sank, the seawater below also split to the left and right. Spiritual power rolled, and the water surged with great momentum. The old man got up and saw the water ripple with spirit force. He couldn't help but take a step forward to take a look. He stroked his beard and pondered while looking at the sea. After a while, he said, "A water avoidance bead? You even have a treasure like this?" Not simple. In the sea, Fengjiu arrived at the bottom of the sea. She saw that there were all kinds of corals and seaweed in the sea. At the bottom, there was some seafood hidden in the sand. Seeing this, she smiled and immediately went forward to pick it up. "This is a sea urchin? This crab looks very fat. This shrimp is big enough for me to eat," she muttered as she put the seafood into a cosmos bag. When she felt that it was enough, she took the water avoidance bead and prepared to return. However, at this moment, a roar came from the sea that split into two sides. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer to her. Hearing the roar, she looked at the source of the sound. She couldn't see what it was, but she knew that it was very large. "Sea monster." She raised her eyebrows and tied the chinquan pouch to her waist. At the same time, a dagger appeared in her hand. Suddenly, a whisker as thick as an arm shot out with a whoosh. It looked like the whisker of an octopus, and there were suction holes on it. The tentacles wrapped around her feet, trying to drag her away. She didn't avoid it, but allowed herself to be dragged into the sea. After passing through the sea, she finally saw that the so-called sea monster was indeed an enormous octopus. Its tentacles danced in the sea, grabbing her feet and trying to stuff her into its mouth. It was a delicacy delivered to her door. She narrowed her eyes and thought, "This octopus is so big. If I roasted it, it would taste very good." Thinking about this, she waved the dagger in her hand and cut the tentacle wrapped around her feet. When the tentacle was cut, the octopus screamed and waved the other tentacles at her at an extremely fast speed. In the sea, her speed wasn't fast. Therefore, she moved her divine sense and used her spiritual power to control the water avoidance bead to come to her side. In an instant, the two sides of the sea scattered. Without the help of the sea, The octopus fell directly to the bottom of the sea. The tentacles wriggled on the sand and tried to escape. Chapter 2562. The sound of water splashing was accompanied by a strange roar, causing the old man, standing by the sea, to be startled. When he looked over, he saw a large object being thrown over before he could see it clearly. "What is that?" He instinctively took a few steps back to avoid it, and saw that the thing was still moving after being thrown on the ground. "Hiss! You actually caught a sea monster?" The old man stared at Fengjiu as if he had seen a ghost, who was using spiritual energy to remove the traces of water on her body. Spiritual energy brushed past her body, and her originally soaked clothes instantly became dry. Even the water on her hair disappeared, and her beautiful hair softly draped behind her back. Fengjiu glanced at the old man. She used a ribbon to tie up her hair and put on her outer clothes. As for her boots, she did not wear them and left them on the sand, allowing her jade-like white feet to step on the fine sand. "Uncle, do you want to eat seafood?" She revealed a gentle smile, looking like a lady from a respectable family. However, when the old man saw her appearance, his eyelids twitched. A normal girl from a wealthy family would not get herself drenched and go down to the sea to catch a sea monster. Furthermore, he had been guarding this sea for so many years, and he had never seen anyone go down to the sea to catch a sea monster, let alone a normal girl from a wealthy family. "This sea monster can't be eaten, so why did you catch it?" As the old man spoke, he touched the silver net and could not help but be surprised. "This is a treasure. Yes, this is a magic tool." As Fengjiu spoke, she stared at the octopus wriggling in the net and said, "This thing is delicious. It can only be found in places near the sea. You can't find it in ordinary places even if you want to eat it." She looked around and focused her attention on the old man. She smiled and asked, "Uncle, do you want to eat seafood? The things I make are extremely delicious." Hearing this, the old man frowned and asked, "If you have something to say, just say it." This old man is the most straightforward person. I hate people who drag their feet and are hesitant the most. Although this little girl was not hesitant at all. Seeing this, she smiled and said straightforwardly, "I'll have to trouble you to pick up some branches. I'll make something delicious." Hearing this, the old man choked and stared at her in astonishment. You want this old man to pick up branches? Didn't you say to be straightforward?" "I've already said it. Don't you want to help?" She glanced at him and asked, "Or do you want to deal with this octopus and some fish, prawns, and crabs?" "I'll say it first. If you don't help and want to eat my food, I won't do it. That thing of yours doesn't taste good. This old man doesn't want to eat it." The old man said as he walked back to sit on the sand. "All right, since old uncle has said so, then I can only do it myself." She shrugged with an indifferent look on her face. "Swallow Cloud, Little White, come out." She called out, and 2 beams of light shot out from the space. The 2 contracted beasts, Swallowing Cloud and the Little White Tiger, appeared in front of her. "Master," the 2 beasts called out. Little White even rubbed against Fengjiu affectionately. On the other side, the old man saw that she still had 2 contracted beasts and could not help but stare. Chapter 2563. The 2 beasts responded and ran towards the branches. However, they could only bite back with their mouths. They returned to the forest and the seaside again and again. Fengjiu picked up some rocks and formed a simple stove. After lighting the branches, she took out a large pot from her space and filled it with water. Then, she placed the crab she caught in her chinquan bag into the pot to cook. She also processed some fish and prawns. After the crab was cooked, she killed the octopus monster and roasted its tentacles on a metal plate. Then, she sprinkled some spices on it. The strong aroma of meat spread with the sea breeze. When the old man smelled the aroma, he could not help but open one of his eyes to look. He found it strange that she had cut the tentacles into sections and roasted them on the metal plate. When he smelled the aroma, his stomach could not help but growl. When Fengjiu heard it, she looked up and smiled. When she saw Tun Yun and Little White Tiger return, she said to them, "All right, that's enough. Just wait here. We'll be able to eat in a while." She placed the grilled food on a large plate for Tun Yun and Little White Tiger to eat. She first ate the tendril claws and then a crab. This place is good. The seafood here is especially fresh. She enjoyed the delicacy very much. As she ate, she looked at the roasted tentacles on the metal plate. When she saw that Tun Yin and Little White Tiger were eating faster, she cut them into bigger pieces and increased the fire. Then, she fed the octopus monster to them. The old man swallowed his saliva when he smelled the aroma. When he saw that Feng Jiu really did not ask him to eat, he could not help muttering in his heart, "This little girl is really not cute. How can she not respect the old and love the young?" He wanted to go over, but felt that he could not bring himself to do so. However, if he did not go over, he could not help but swallow his saliva when he smelled the aroma. In the end, he stood up and went forward with a smile. "Little girl, what are you roasting? Why does it smell so good? I've never seen you eat like this before. What spices did you sprinkle on it?" Exclusive secret recipe. As Feng Jiu spoke, she pushed a large piece of meat in front of Tun Yun. "Tun Yun, eat quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold." The old man swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath of the meaty aroma. He said embarrassedly, "Little girl," this old man was wrong. This old man should have helped. "Look, can you give some to this old man? I've never tasted these things. I really want to eat them." Hearing this, Feng Nine stopped what she was doing and turned her head slightly to look at him with a look of surprise. "You want to eat for free? Eat for free?" The old man's face turned red. Who was he? How could he eat other people's food for free? He hurriedly said, "I won't eat your food for free. I'll pay you." "No." Feng Jiu shook her head and refused directly. "I don't care about money." "Then what do you want?" the old man asked. However, she only smiled and did not say anything else. He watched as she sliced open a 3 to 4 kilogram prawn and roasted it. She even added spices to the prawn meat. When the unique aroma wafted out, his heart could not help but stir. "Oh, I have a lot of good stuff. Why don't I give this to you?" As he spoke, he shook his body and took out a small boat. Chapter 2564. Feng Jiu looked at it, then reached out to take it. "All right, sit for a while. This prawn is for you." Hearing this, the old man was delighted. "I knew you weren't an unreasonable little girl." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and gave him some roasted tentacles and a cooked crab. The old man ate with relish, but his eyes were fixed on the prawn that was still being roasted. It was only when Feng Jiu put the prawn on his plate that he broke into a smile. "This is the first time I've seen such a way of eating. Little girl, your cooking is really good." He praised as he ate, then asked, "Little girl, why do you want to go out to sea? Do you know how many people can't come back after going out to sea? This sea is not a place for just anyone to explore." Feng Jiu kept the cloud devourer and the little white tiger, who had eaten their fill, into the space before processing the sea urchins. She chatted with the old man as she busied herself. After a while, she handed the processed sea urchins to the old man. "Here, try this. This is good stuff too. It's good for strengthening your body." "This is raw. Can it be eaten?" The old man looked at Feng Jiu in astonishment. "Yes." Seeing this, the old man tried it skeptically. It tasted very fresh and sweet in his mouth, so he ate all the sea urchins. However, after eating all the sea urchins, he suddenly remembered, "I just ate cooked sea urchins. If I eat some raw sea urchins now, will I have stomachache?" Hee. Feng Jiu laughed out loud. This probably not. Although she said that, her expression was different. When the old man saw this, he was about to say something when he saw the young man's face turn from green to white. He held his stomach and stood up. No, I didn't feel it earlier, but now my stomach hurts a little. I have to go relieve myself." As he spoke, he quickly ran into the forest. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the small boat in her hand. Seeing that it was indeed a rare immortal artifact, she put it away and prepared to rest for a while before going out to sea. However, just as she was resting on the sand, she suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching her. She immediately opened her eyes and saw a cultivator on a sword descending from the sky and looking at her from not far away. The way the other party was looking at her made her a little unhappy, especially when she saw the other party's gaze fall on her bare feet. Her face turned even colder. "You're so rude," she said coldly, standing up from the sand. "Miss, why are you here alone?" The cultivator walked over slowly, his eyes still fixed on Fengjiu. However, this time, he stared at her face and then looked down her snow-white neck. His gaze was impudent and rude, as if he didn't put her in his eyes at all. At this moment, Fengjiu's aura was concealed. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through her cultivation base. This person was only at the peak of the immortal sage realm, yet he dared to act so presumptuously because he couldn't see through her cultivation base. Fengjiu turned and walked to the boots at the side. When she was about to put them on, she saw the cultivator in front of her in a flash. "Miss, it's said that there's a sea guardian here. Have you seen him?" Chapter 2565. The cultivator was caught off guard. He took a few steps back before stopping. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman with a cold expression. He smiled in surprise and said, "Miss, you're quite capable." Fengjiu glanced at him coldly before withdrawing her gaze. After sweeping the sand under her feet, she put on her boots. The cultivator had seen the world before. With his cultivation at the peak of the sage immortal stage, he naturally wouldn't approach a beauty like a pervert who lost his mind. Especially after the other party flicked her sleeve, he became even more cautious. If he had some thoughts of hunting for beauties before, then now, he suppressed those thoughts and re-examined the beautiful woman in red in front of him. Could it be that this person was hiding her strength? When this thought appeared, he felt that it was a bit inconceivable. This woman wasn't very old, and her bone age was also in front of him. Could it be that such a young woman's strength was already heaven-defying? He didn't believe it no matter what. However, because of what happened just now, he didn't have any thoughts about her right now. After Fengjiu put on her boots, she walked towards the seaside. With a flip of her hand, the small boat appeared in her palm. She pricked her finger with a silver needle and dripped her blood to recognize it as the owner. Then, she threw the small boat into the sea. The small boat instantly grew bigger and floated on the surface of the sea, moving up and down against the waves. Just as she was about to jump onto the small boat, the old man's voice came at this time. Little girl, are you leaving?" The old man quickly walked out of the forest and looked at Fengjiu, standing on the seaside and the small boat on the sea. He couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. If she left, it would be difficult for him to eat these delicious things again. "Uncle, I'm leaving. I'll leave those things to you. Take care of yourself. Goodbye." She cupped her hands and said. Then, she jumped onto the small boat. When the cultivator saw this, his eyes flickered and his gaze fell on the small boat. He turned his head and glanced at the old man. "You're the sea guardian?" The old man glanced at the cultivator and didn't even bother to talk to him. He turned to the small stove and looked at those things. Then, he looked at the figure that was already far away. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. He had been guarding this sea for so many years, but no one had ever cooked for him. This little girl was the only one. Thinking of this, he looked at the small boat and the red figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Then, he used his divine sense and transmitted a message to her. "Little girl, the Penglai Immortal Island is in this sea. However, its appearance is like a mirage. It's so ethereal that it doesn't seem to exist in this world. As far as I know, the Penglai Immortal Island will appear once every half a month. There are only a few days left before it appears again. You have to make good use of it. Also, the sea monsters in this sea will attack small boats." Fengjiu was surprised when she heard the voice transmission. She stood on the boat and looked back at the shore. When she saw the old man looking at her, she couldn't help but smile. She waved at the old man and shouted, "Uncle, when I come back, I'll treat you to something delicious." Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but smile. Chapter 2566. However, when the old man saw this, he let out a snort and threw out an item. That item reflected a dazzling light under the sun. The cultivator seemed to notice it and suddenly turn around. However, he only saw the dazzling light emitting a strange suction force. In the next moment, he was sucked into a whirlpool as if he had lost his balance. Fengjiu looked at this scene from afar. When she saw the old man waving at her, she revealed a smile and turned around to sit on the boat. As for that cultivator, That was not something she should be curious about. The boat swayed on the sea, and under the control of spiritual power, it went deep into the sea. When she could no longer see the coast, Feng Jiu entered the cabin of the boat, changed out of her red female dress, wrapped it around her chest, and put on a red male robe. After changing her clothes, she no longer had the charm and allure of a woman. Instead, she had an evil and seductive aura. She walked out of the cabin and looked at the surrounding sea. Her eyes flashed. Clouds and mist filled the air, making it impossible to see the edges of the surroundings. The only thing that could be seen was the waves pushing the small boat up into the air. Looking at the layers of spray that were pushed out by the waves, he thought about the Penglai immortal island. She was curious and expectant about that unknown place. What kind of world would that place be like? She thought about it absent-mindedly until the boat was suddenly hit by something. The waves surged and the boat suddenly moved. She quickly returned to her senses and looked around the boat. The surroundings were as usual. The blue sea water was clearly visible, and the sparkling waves were surging. There seemed to be nothing beside the boat. However, after a while, the boat was hit again. This time, she could clearly feel that it was under the boat. This boat was a celestial treasure, so she wasn't afraid of it breaking. However, what kind of sea monster dared to hit her boat? That thing was hidden under her boat, so she couldn't see it even if she wanted to. She took out the Azure Edge sword. Her spirit force surged, and the Azure Edge sword pierced through the water under the boat. She used her spirit force to control the sword. After the Azure Edge sword pierced through the water, the sea monster that hit the boat seemed to have escaped. The boat returned to normal, and she didn't chase after it. Instead, she put away the Azure Edge sword and sat at the bow of the boat. When she reached the depths, she let the boat float on the surface of the sea. She no longer used her spirit force to control the boat. Here, she lay at the bow of the boat and listened to the sound of the waves. When she was hungry, she took food from the space to fill her stomach. When she was thirsty, she took wine from the space. She spent the day on the sea. Aside from the salty sea breeze and the occasional sea monster that hit the boat, there was nothing else. She watched as the day passed, and the sun rose in the west. She rested her head on one hand and looked at the beautiful scenery. It was only when the sky gradually darkened and the surroundings became pitch black that the feeling gradually changed. Lying in this boundless sea and drifting with the waves, it really feels like I've been abandoned by the world. She softly muttered. Because it was too dark, she didn't like it. Thus, she took out the night pearl from the space. In an instant, it was as if a star in the sky had fallen into the sea. It was dazzling and shining. In this dark night, it was like a guiding light. Bang! Chapter 25:67. She steadied herself and stood up. She looked at the dozens of sea monsters of various shapes that appeared around the boat in the night. With a flash of light in her hand, the Azure Edge sword appeared in her hand. Mere sea monsters dare to provoke me? She snorted. With a twist of a sword in her hand, a sharp sword chi shot out. However, just as the sword chi shot out, the sea monsters quickly sank into the water and began to attack the bottom of the boat. It was as if they wanted to flip the boat over. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of collisions came from the bottom of the boat. The force was so great that even Feng Jiu, who was standing on the boat, began to sway. The boat also swayed from the collisions. It was so great that Feng Jiu almost fell off the boat. With the help of the Night Pearl's light, she saw that the sea monsters that appeared to attack the boat were not the so-called fish monsters. Instead, they were something between humans and monsters. The sea monsters clearly had hands and feet. They were like water ghosts in the sea. Some of them tried to climb onto the boat, while others leaned on the side of the boat and pushed it into the depths of the sea. Sensing the movement of the boat and seeing the sea monsters trying to climb onto the boat, she flipped her palm. With a whoosh, a flame shot out and shot towards the sea monsters that were leaning on the side of the boat. Hiss! Ah! Amidst the roars and screams, the sea monsters instinctively slid into the water and did not dare to surface. For a moment, the surface of the sea was calm. It was as if the sea monsters had disappeared. However, In the next moment, a huge force suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea and flipped the boat over. When the boat flipped over, she immediately stood up and shouted, "Retrieve!" The flipped boat shrank and fell into her palm. She sat on the feather and looked at the sea monsters that emerged from the sea. One by one, the sea demons emerged from the water surface, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at her. Their mouths emitted unpleasant hissing sounds. Seeing that the sea demons' bodies were greenish-blue in color, which was extremely ugly, she frowned. Suddenly, she jumped down from the feather and slashed with the Ching Feng sword in her hand. Swish! The astral sword Qi, which contained a powerful airflow, streaked across the surface of the water in an arc like a crescent moon. It was so fast that the sea demons that emerged from the surface of the water didn't even have time to sink. Their heads were chopped off by the astral sword Qi and sank into the depths of the sea. Hiss! Screams suddenly sounded, sharp and ear-piercing. When the only surviving sea demons saw this scene, they were so shocked that their eyes bulged, and they quickly fled into the water. Oomph! Fengjiu snorted and tossed the boat back to the surface of the sea. He jumped onto the boat and continued to rest. Perhaps due to the deterrence of that strike, those sea monsters didn't appear for the next 2 days, which made Fengjiu feel calm and bored. A few days later, the sun was very bright at noon. After evaporating the fog on the surface of the sea, there was actually a faint ray of sunlight refracting on the surface of the sea. For some unknown reason, a lively and bustling scene appeared on the empty sea surface. Seeing this scene, her eyes lit up and her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly stood up. Chapter 2568. She watched as the scene changed. Finally, a flight of stairs appeared on the surface of the sea. She immediately put away the boat, stepped on the water with the tip of her foot, and gently leaped towards the flight of stairs. When she got close to the scene, it was as if she had crossed a barrier, and she was isolated from the sea behind her. She did not think too much about it. Instead, she walked up the flight of stairs step by step. As she walked up step by step, the flight of stairs behind her gradually weakened until it disappeared. Even the scene became more and more illusory. In the end, it disappeared into the air as if it had never appeared. She followed the flight of stairs all the way to the end. Then she arrived outside a city. When she saw the majestic city gate and the 8 guards at the gate, her eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. Could this be the Penglai Immortal Island? The 8 guards at the city gate were all celestial sages. She found it hard to believe. A dignified celestial sage expert was actually just a gatekeeper. She suppressed the surprise in her heart and slowly walked forward. However, she was stopped at the city gate. Register your information. Submit any of the items listed above as the entry fee. One of the guards pointed at the words written on the wall. Fengjiu looked at it. It said that anyone who wanted to enter the city had to register. Only after obtaining an entry pass could they enter the city. In order to obtain the entry pass, they had to submit medicinal pills or artifacts that were level 4 or above as the fee. Why don't you accept gold coins? Why do you want those items instead? She asked and looked at the guard in confusion. Gold coins? We don't accept gold coins in this place. As the guard spoke, he took out a thick booklet to register and asked for Fengjiu's information. What's your name? She glanced at the booklet and said, Fengjiu. She saw that most of the booklets only had names registered. The rest was blank. Not long after, the guard who had finished the registration said something. He asked her to drip a drop of blood on an identification card and handed it to her. All right, you may enter, the guard said. He did not even look at Fengjiu as he gestured for her to enter. Fengjiu held the item and looked at it as she walked into the city. After entering the city, she realized that there were barriers and formations inside. After entering the city, she felt as if the laws of heaven and earth were pressing down on her. For a moment, she felt uncomfortable. However, what surprised her was that this place was different from other places. Instead, there were cultivators sitting on the ground and bartering with each other. Perhaps it was because not many people came here. Her, of course, of the crowd. Look, it's actually a young man. He looks pretty good. A peak immortal sage sitting on the ground said to the person beside him, His bone age doesn't seem too high. It's a surprise that he was able to come here, said an old man beside him. If he can come here, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Another person said. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted at Fengjiu, who was dressed in a dazzling red robe. Little friend, my stall has a lot of good things. Do you want to come and take a look? Chapter 25:69. When she saw the precious herbs casually placed on the stall, she couldn't help but walk forward in a daze. Isn't this the three-leaf, purple heart orchid? This is a 1,000-year-old black-edged jade lingji. When she saw the rare spiritual herbs outside, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such precious and rare items could only be seen here. Even if she went to collect them outside, she probably wouldn't be able to find them. How do you sell this? She pointed at the 2 stalks of spirit herbs and asked. Her gaze then fell on the other spirit herbs. Every stalk was over 1,000 years old, but they were casually placed on the stall. Seeing this, her heart clenched. What a waste of natural resources. Such good things were actually placed so casually. There wasn't even a proper box or anything. It really made her speechless. Sell? We don't accept gold coins here. We only barter. As he spoke, he pointed at the words on the side. Looking at the words, Fengjiu was stunned for a moment. Then for these, what kind of items do I need to barter with you? Just as she spoke, before the cultivator could speak, a cultivator beside him laughed loudly. Little friend, since you're new here, it's better if you don't barter for those things. Come, I have some medicine for internal injuries. Take 2 bottles with you just in case. Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? I'll get beaten up here? You won't get beaten up. However, there's someone here who likes to challenge others. Since you're new here, you definitely won't be able to escape. The cultivator laughed loudly, shaking the medicine bottle in his hand. Fengjiu sneered, disapproving. How about I use a bottle of 6-tier pills to exchange for your 2 herbs? 6-tier pills? No, it has to be at least 7th tier. The cultivator said, waving his hand. 7th tier? Fengjiu's mouth twitched. Staring at the cultivator, she said, do you know how many precious spiritual herbs are needed to produce a 7th tier pill? Even if these 2 herbs are precious, they can't be more expensive than the spiritual herbs needed to produce a 7th tier pill. I don't want anything below the 7th rank. The cultivator waved his hand and seemed to want to say something. Suddenly, as if he had seen something strange, he abruptly put away the things on the stall and picked up the large piece of cloth that wrapped the spirit medicine. Then, he turned around and ran away. Fengjiu squatted there in a daze. She looked at the figure that disappeared in the blink of an eye with some astonishment, not understanding what was going on. Run! The city lord's son is here again. With a shout, the people in the surrounding stalls quickly put away their things and ran away. For a moment, chaos filled their eyes. Fengjiu stood up and turned around. On the street, a man was being carried in a large palanquin by 8 people. The palanquin was open on all sides, so one could see the whip in a man's hand. Every time the whip struck the air, there would be a cracking sound. The man's sharp eyes stared at the people running outside, as if he enjoyed the fear they had for him. Not long after, his gaze turned and landed on Fengjiu, who was wearing a dazzling red robe. Stop! With a command, the palanquin stopped. Chapter 25:70. The other party's eyes impudently sized her up and down, as if trying to figure out her gender. After a long while, the person withdrew his gaze. She also withdrew her gaze, turned around, and left. This place was somewhat strange. It was an island, but there was a city on this island. Then, where was the immortal ascension stairs that the Tianji elder had mentioned? It seemed that she had to find someone to ask. Stop right there. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a cold shout was heard. When the cold shout came out, more than a dozen immortal sage level guards quickly surrounded her. Looking at those immortal sage cultivators, a strange expression appeared on her face. In the lower reaches of the continent, it was difficult to find an immortal sage expert. In the upper reaches of the continent, an immortal sage expert was enough to make a family a top-notch family. However, in this place called Penglai Immortal Island, in this city, Immortal sage experts were as common as cabbages. They could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, she was already an immortal emperor expert. Otherwise, she would have been shocked to death when she saw these people. Were these people born with such strength? Or did they have such strength for some other reason? It really made her curious. She glanced at the immortal sage guards, then turned around and looked at the man sitting in the palanquin. She asked, "Is something the matter? You look unfamiliar. Did you just arrive?" The man leaned against the palanquin, narrowing his sharp eyes as he stared at Fengjiu. "That's right," she replied. "Where are you from? What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. "What am I doing here? Do I have to tell you?" When the surrounding people heard Fengjiu's words, they couldn't help but gasp. Is this kid stupid? How dare he speak to the young city lord like that? He doesn't know the young city lord's methods. He just arrived. How would he know? He probably doesn't know anything about this place. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak like that? "What's your name?" The man sitting in the palanquin asked again, as if he didn't hear Fengjiu's words. Fengjiu turned around and walked forward, not intending to answer his question. However, when the guards saw this, they tried to stop him. Fengjiu waved his sleeve, and a wave of spiritual energy shot out from his sleeve, forcing the guards away. Seeing this, the man narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the registration guard at the city gate quickly came to the side of the palanquin. He whispered, "Young city lord, that person's name is Fengjiu. Fengjiu, the immortal sage, Immortal Island, and Fengjiu Fun." Therefore, the man walked out of the palanquin and stared at the man who was fighting with the guard. He said in a deep voice, "Fengjiu, I, Ling Tian, you want to challenge you. If you lose, you will become my slave." As soon as he finished speaking, something flew out from his hand and attacked Fengjiu. Hearing this, after Fengjiu repelled those people, she turned around and saw the thing coming at her. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it. However, when she saw the letter in her hand with the word battle written on it, she was stunned. "What is this?" Seeing that he caught the thing, the young city lord couldn't help but smile. He played with the whip in his hand and said to the guard beside him, "Sui, tell him the rules." "Yes." Chapter 2571. Here, anyone can issue a challenge or duel to a cultivator. The duel is based on the acceptance of the challenge letter. What you're holding is a challenge letter from my master. Since you've accepted the challenge letter, there's no room for regret. The surrounding people watched this scene and stared at Fengjiu. That was a challenge letter. He actually accepted it just like that. This time, even if he didn't want to fight, he had no choice. Challenge letter? Fengjiu glanced at the thing in his hand and sneered. Boring. She raised her hand and threw the thing back. When she turned to leave, she saw clouds suddenly rise in the sky. When the muffled thunder sounded, a strong spiritual aura condensed from the word battle fell from the sky and instantly formed a boundary, trapping her in the middle and making her unable to leave. Bang! As soon as the boundary appeared, there was a loud bang. Spiritual aura visible to the naked eye surged on the boundary, and a strong airflow rushed out, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily take a few steps back. The appearance of this boundary trapped Fengjiu and the young city lord in it, and the guards who were originally in it were bounced back by the power of the boundary. There were only the two of them in the entire boundary. Hiss! It really appeared. Even if he doesn't want to fight, he has no choice. That's right. Who asked him to accept the challenge letter? You have to know that the young city lord has used this trick to trick many people who have just arrived. That's his bad luck. He just arrived here and met the young city lord, and he was targeted by the young city lord. Who doesn't know that the young city lord likes such good-looking men to be his slaves and guards? Being targeted by him, he can't escape. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding people, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. He raised his eyes to look at the boundary that suddenly appeared, then looked at the man who was also in the boundary and asked, "How did this boundary come about?" The Penglai Deity Island is a world of its own, and in this world, there are rules of the world. This barrier is the rules of the world that were created after I challenged you, and you accepted my challenge. He stroked the whip in his hand as he approached Fengjiu. However, you don't have to worry. This is not a boundary that can only be broken if one side dies in battle. Instead, it will disappear as soon as the victor is decided. With the laws of the world, this battle will be very fair. Feng Jiu, who vaguely knew what was going on, stared at the man with a strange expression. So, since I accepted your challenge, I have to fight? Not bad. The man seemed to be in a good mood, as if he knew that he would win this challenge. Then, shouldn't both sides state their demands before the challenge? She asked again with a confused expression. That's right. The man replied in a good mood. If I lose, you want me to be your slave? She raised her eyebrows and stared at the man, who looked to be around 25 years old, with a devilish expression. Yes. He stared at Feng Jiu's beautiful face and replied, Then what if I win? Can I also make you my slave? Chapter 2572. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. It doesn't matter if I win or not. Since we're going to compete, of course, these things should be noted in advance, right? Also, I don't understand the rules of heaven and earth. If I were to fight you without knowing anything, even if you win, wouldn't it be a little unfair? With your strength, would it be unfair for this young master to win? Ling Tianyu sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw out a book. Take it and read it. This book contains the information about the rules of heaven and earth on Penglai, Immortal Island. If this young master wants to win against you, I will make you accept your loss wholeheartedly. Feng Jiu took the book. When she saw the words Rules of Heaven and Earth on the book, her eyes flashed slightly. She opened the book and read it page by page, memorizing the contents of the book in her mind. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she closed the book in her hand, closed her eyes, and went through what she had just read in her mind. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Seeing this, Ling Tianyu's deep eyes flashed, and he asked with some doubt, You're reading like this. Can you remember it? More or less. Feng Jiu smiled and threw the book back to him, saying, Since we're going to compete, we should use words as a guarantee. Isn't there a note in the rules of heaven and earth? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and injected spiritual power into her fingers, writing a guarantee in the barrier out of thin air. As her fingers danced, words appeared in the air, accompanied by a spiritual aura that could be seen with the naked eye. It was roughly about a challenge, and the loser would become the slave of the winner. Finally, she wrote her name and condensed a drop of blood. Seeing him like this, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but hesitate. This person actually wrote a guarantee so straightforwardly? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of losing to him? For a moment, his gaze fell on the red-clothed Feng Jiu again. Seeing that the other party was only a celestial sage while he was already at the peak of celestial sage, he suppressed the hesitation in his heart and let out a light breath. Like Feng Jiu, he wrote his name at the end and condensed a drop of blood. As his drop of blood condensed, the guarantee written out of thin air automatically rolled up as if someone was rolling up a scroll. When I first came here, I actually didn't want to find myself a slave. However, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll accept you. Feng Jiu revealed a harmless smile. However, this smile, in the eyes of Ling Tianyu, made Ling Tianyu's heart sink. What do you mean? He frowned as he felt that this person's aura seemed to have changed slightly, making him somewhat unable to see through it. When they first met in the palanquin, he couldn't deny that this person was wearing a dazzling red robe. His outstanding appearance made him have the impulse to take him under his wing. And he also had that thought in his heart and challenged him when he wasn't paying attention. At first, he thought that this was a challenge that he would definitely win, and he thought that he would panic. However, since the appearance of the rules of heaven and earth and the barrier that trapped the two of them, he didn't see a trace of panic or helplessness on this person's face. Instead, it made him feel as if he had dug a hole and jumped into it. Is this person scared out of his wits? Why is he being so ironic? Chapter 2573. Confident. The people around looked at each other and then laughed softly. I don't think it's confidence. It's more like he's scared silly. The people outside the barrier were watching, laughing, and discussing. However, the atmosphere inside the barrier was a little tense, especially Ling Tianyu. When he saw Fengjiu's evil smile, his eyes widened and he took a step back. Why did this person reveal such an evil smile that made people's hair stand on end? How could such a devilish smile appear on such a handsome man? Suppressing the fear and inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, he held the whip in his hand and gritted his teeth. Then let me fight you. Let's see what you're capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and rushed forward. With a swing of the whip in his hand, he attacked Fengjiu in front of him. The fierce air current carried by the long whip streaked across the air. The onlookers outside felt that if the whip landed on the body of the red-clothed man, it would definitely be lacerated. However, to everyone's surprise, when the long whip fell, the red figure flashed like a ghost and dodged Ling Tianyu's attack. At the same time, when his body flashed forward, he stepped on the whip that fell to the ground. With a shift of his feet, the red figure approached Ling Tianyu step by step, forcing Ling Tianyu to abandon the long whip in his hand and quickly retreat. "You're not a celestial sage cultivator," he gritted his teeth and said with a dark face. With just a simple exchange, he knew that this person's strength was not at the celestial sage level, but stronger than him. Damn it, this person was actually hiding his strength, and his strength was even above his. When he thought about how this challenge was initiated by him, and that the loser would become a slave, his face became even uglier. Fengjiu kicked the abandoned whip up and played with it in his hand. "When did I say that I was a celestial sage cultivator? You didn't ask me." She chuckled and looked at his ugly face calmly. "You were the one who initiated the challenge. Clearly, I didn't want to fight with you, but you came to me. What can I do?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swung the whip in her hand. The long whip struck out and accurately hit his arm. "Hiss!" Ling Tianyu sucked in a breath of cold air and almost jumped up. Damn it! He clearly saw the long whip coming and had already dodged to the side. Why did the whip still hit his body? Hiss! Seeing the young city lord being whipped inside the barrier, the people outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and stared inside with a look of disbelief. God, did I see wrongly? That person actually whipped the young city lord? The young city lord, of course, he didn't dodge. Have you been beaten, silly? You're the fool. Didn't you see it? That red coat's strength is above that of the young city master. That's then wouldn't the young city lord be sending a lamb to the tiger's den? He's the young city lord is a sheep? Usually, when people teach people a lesson, don't they call him a demon? Even demons have a nemesis. That's great. It's best to let this person teach the young city lord a good lesson. Chapter 2574. The young city lord lost and became a slave? Do you think that's possible? If the city lord knew about this, he would be furious. I've never encountered such a situation, but it's obvious that the young city lord has lost. I think that even if the red coat wins, it's not a good thing. A cultivator said in a low voice. What do you mean? Another person asked. Think about it. City Lord Ling is the city lord, an expert at the immortal emperor level. How could he let his son become someone's slave? I think that if the red coat wins, it won't take long for the city lord to kill him. Hearing this, everyone was silent and felt that it made sense. For a moment, they stared at the red-clothed Fengjiu in the barrier and felt that no matter if he won or lost, it would not be good for him. Fengjiu, on the other hand, did not care so much about it. The whip in her hand lashed out at Ling Tianyu like a monkey. Every lash of the whip landed accurately on his body. Every lash was infused with spiritual energy and inner energy. Every lash left a bloody mark on his body. Hiss! After being whipped several times, he tried to get closer to attack, but was unable to do so. He felt that every whip on his body was painful and uncomfortable. Young master! Young master! When the guards outside saw the scene inside, they anxiously walked around in circles. However, inside this enchantment, no matter if it was the people inside or outside, they could not enter or leave. Fengjiu, how dare you treat me like this? I won't let you go. Ling Tianyu growled and stared at Fengjiu with fire in his eyes. Fengjiu glanced at him casually and chuckled. What? You can't stand it? If you can't stand it, you can admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, the barrier will be broken, and I won't whip you anymore. You want me to admit defeat? No way. He gritted his teeth and took out an item from the space and smashed it between the two of them. A thick smoke filled the air and instantly blurred their vision. Looking at the thick smoke, she narrowed her eyes. Her vision was blocked, so she released her divine sense. At this moment, she felt a cold air with killing intent coming from the side. She immediately dodged and scanned with her divine sense, but she could not find Ling Tianyu's location. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew that Ling Tianyu must have used some kind of treasure. Therefore, she braced herself and carefully dealt with it, guarding against any hidden injuries. Whoosh! The blade slashed across, and a sharp and cold aura came out. She faintly felt the blade graze her robe, cutting a hole in her red robe, but did not hurt her flesh. You don't even dare to show your face? Are you planning to hide and ambush me? Feng Jiu chuckled, but her ears were paying attention to the movements around her. It doesn't matter how I beat you. What matters is that I won in the end. Ling Tianyu's cold voice came out and spread in the barrier. He, who had never met a worthy opponent, was defeated by Feng Jiu this time. No matter what kind of mentality he had, he could not accept it. He could not accept that he would become Feng Jiu's slave after losing. However, although his voice spread, Feng Jiu still noticed that she was walking in the thick smoke. She deliberately slowed down and made a sound. Chapter 2575. Kacha! Clang! Hiss! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by his blood-curdling scream and the clanging sound of the dagger in his hand falling to the ground. Because his hand was locked, he was unable to escape, let alone make any other attacks. His entire body was bent over because of his broken hand, and he was half squatting on the ground. Feng Jiu waved her sleeve, and a gust of wind came out and blew away the thick smoke, gradually revealing Ling Tianyu's twisted face. Let go! He shouted angrily, struggling to fight back, but because his hand was broken, he couldn't get up to attack. Feng Jiu sneered, kicked him, and pushed him forward. When he hit the barrier, he bounced back and fell to the ground. A sharp pain came, and he let out a muffled groan. However, he felt even more embarrassed. Looking at the people outside who were pointing at him, he only felt humiliated, and his face was burning. Do you admit defeat? Feng Jiu asked, slowly walking forward with a whip in her hand. You want me to admit defeat? Impossible. He gritted his teeth, and a few ice blades shot out from his palm to attack Feng Jiu. At the same time, he moved his sleeve, and a dagger slid out from his sleeve into his hand. His body moved, and he quickly rushed forward. Whoosh! Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows when she saw the ice blades flying towards her. She swung the whip in her hand and shattered the ice blades with a snap. When she saw the man holding another dagger in his hand, she raised her eyebrows and chuckled. I didn't expect you to have so many daggers. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked the crescent moon dagger that Ling Tianyu dropped on the ground. She condensed spiritual energy in her palm, and with a change of her aura, she used her spiritual energy to control the crescent moon dagger to attack. The dagger carried a murderous aura as it flew towards his face. No matter how good his temperament was, he couldn't help but be startled at this moment. He instinctively dodged the attack of the crescent moon dagger, but his cheek was still scratched by the airflow from the dagger. He cried out in pain and instinctively covered his face that had been cut by the saber aura. He could only feel warm blood dripping from his cheeks, seeping through the gaps between his hands and dyeing them red. You disfigured me. His eyes were red as he stared at Feng Jiu like he was about to go crazy. Is there? I wanted to aim the blade at your neck, but you dodged it. Since that's the case, why don't we go somewhere else? She revealed a strange smile and controlled the crescent-shaped dagger in her hand. The dagger turned around and attacked his crotch. Hiss! This person is crazy. When the onlookers outside saw this scene, they cried out in shock. One must know that City Lord Ling only had one son. If he really died without any descendants, it would be strange if he could leave alive. When the guards saw this scene, they were so frightened that their legs went soft. Some of them hurriedly ran back to report this matter to the city lord, while others stood guard outside and shouted, Young lord, quickly get out of the way. Seeing the dagger coming at his crotch, Ling Tianyu's face turned pale, and he cried out, Fengjiu, stop it. Quickly stop. Damn it. As he shouted, he jumped and dodged. When the dagger narrowly passed through his crotch, the biting cold chi of the dagger even cut a hole in his pants, and a cold wind blew in, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Chapter 2576. Almost as soon as he said that, the crescent moon blade that was heading towards his crotch also stopped. With a wave of his hand, Fengjiu threw the blade to the side. At the same time, the barrier that trapped the two of them also broke as a ray of light shot into the space between Ling Tianyu's eyebrows. Young master! Those guards hurriedly ran forward to help him up. If you had admitted defeat earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Fengjiu glanced at the man who was sitting on the ground, surrounded by a group of guards. With a chuckle, he turned around and walked away. Seeing him turn around and leave, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but be startled. Seeing that figure leave step by step and disappear from his sight, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that this person forgot that the loser would have to become the loser's slave? Master, are we just going to let him go? A man next to him asked. Hearing this, his face darkened and he asked angrily, What else can we do? You want your master to be his slave and be ordered around by him? This subordinate didn't mean that. That person hurriedly said and lowered his head at the same time. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord who heard the news stared at the guard and asked in a deep voice, You're saying that Tianyu challenged someone and lost? Yes, when this subordinate rushed back to report the news, young master, he was almost unable to fight back under that person's attack. The guard lowered his head and said, after hesitating for a moment, he carefully raised his head to look at the city lord and finally said, Moreover, young master, and that person established the rules of heaven and earth. The loser has to be the slave of the winner. Hearing this, the city lord's face darkened. Ridiculous. Take me there immediately. Yes, the guard hurriedly replied and quickly led the way. However, just as they were about to rush over, they met a group of people who were returning with their tails between their legs on a street outside the city lord's mansion. Seeing his son return with injuries all over his body, especially with an additional mark between his eyebrows, his heart sank and he asked, You lost? Hearing this, Ling Tianyu's eyes flashed slightly, and with a dark face, she replied in a muffled voice, and her gaze swept over the guard beside her, and her eyes were filled with shame and anger. When the guard saw the anger in his eyes, he couldn't help but lower his head and said in a low voice, Young master, this subordinate was worried about you, so I rushed back to report to the city lord. Acting on your own initiative, stand down, he shouted with a dark face, staring at the guard with an unfriendly gaze. When the guard saw this, he quietly retreated. You still have a face to talk about others? You've been fooling around outside all day, and now you've stirred up trouble, haven't you? City Lord Ling glared at him in disappointment and asked, Where's the person who won against you? Ling Tianyu didn't look at her father. Instead, she turned her head to the side and said, Let's go. As soon as he heard this, he felt his blood boil. He shouted angrily, Gone? You're letting him go just like that? Don't you see the mark on your forehead? Imprint? Ling Tianyu was startled. As if she had thought of something, she touched her forehead. Right, the loser had to be a slave. At that time, both of them had condensed a drop of blood, so the rules of heaven and earth would naturally brand the imprint on the loser's body. Chapter 2577. When he regained his senses, he saw the anger on his father's face and walked in. After he went in, the city lord took a deep breath with a dark expression and ordered the guards, You guys have seen that person. Go, bring some people and invite him to the city lord's residence after you find him. Remember, invite him, don't be rough with him. Yes, everyone hurriedly responded. The city lord then walked in with his hands behind his back, his brows tightly knitted, feeling that this matter was a little troublesome. Slave? How could he think of such a thing? It was one thing to act recklessly normally, but today he actually dug his own grave. The dignified city lord's young master became someone's slave? Even if he didn't care about his face, he still had to care about his face and reputation. At the same time, Feng Jiu was walking in an alley, looking at the small stalls that moved from the main street outside to this alley to sell. Because of that battle, the people nearby all recognized her, so when they saw her enter, some smiled and greeted her, some praised her for being so powerful, and some told her to leave quickly. She stopped in front of the spiritual medicine stall that she had her eyes on, stared at the spiritual medicine on display, and asked the cultivator, "How about I exchange these with crystal stones?" "Crystal stones?" The cultivator was startled, then shook his head. "I don't want crystal stones. I want to exchange this for something fixed, a fourth-grade inner core." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was also startled. Fourth-grade inner core? She rummaged through her space and finally took out a bottle. "I don't have any fourth-grade inner cores, only a sixth-grade inner core." "What? Sixth grade inner core?" The cultivator who was originally sitting jumped up. His eyes widened as he stared at the bottle in Feng Jiu's hand. "Yes, sixth grade." She poured out the inner core from the bottle and placed it in the palm of her hand. When the cultivator reached out to take it, she retracted her hand and kept the sixth-grade inner core. Trade. I'll trade this spiritual medicine with you." The cultivator grinned and quickly handed the spiritual herb to Feng Jiu. At the same time, he stared at the bottle in Feng Jiu's hand. "This stock of spiritual herb is not much to exchange for a fourth-grade inner core. But if you want to exchange it for my sixth-grade inner core, you'll probably have to give me all the spiritual herb you have here." Feng Jiu's lips curled up as she narrowed her eyes. "All of them? This?" He hesitantly looked at the elixirs in his stall, then looked at the bottle in Feng Jiu's hand. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you." Seeing this, Feng Jiu tossed the medicine bottle in his hand to him. At the same time, with a wave of his sleeve, the dozen or so spiritual herbs were all stored in the space. Holding the grade 6 inner core like it was a treasure, the cultivator grinned and asked, "Young master, if you need more elixirs in the future, you can come find me. Every half a month, I come here to set up a stall. The elixirs I bring are all aged, and no one in these streets has elixirs that can compare to mine." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "All right, I'll come find you if I have the chance." She paused, then asked, "All right, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" The cultivator was very excited to receive the grade 6 inner core, so he did not leave just like that. Chapter 2578. You don't know? The cultivator was slightly surprised when he heard this. He sized him up and said, "I saw that you even defeated the city lord's son. You must have an extraordinary background. How could you not know anything about the Penglai Immortal Island?" He paused, as if he did not expect Feng Jiu to say anything. He continued, "Let me tell you this. This place is a world of its own. Hence, you have seen the laws of heaven and earth. Also, the Penglai Immortal Island is divided into 4 cities. The city lord of each city is a powerhouse of the immortal emperor level. As for the immortal ascension stairs, no one has seen it before." "No one has seen it before? How could that be?" Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. "Indeed, no one has seen it before. The Penglai Immortal Island is said to be an island, but no one knows how big it is. Even the battle between the 4 cities that we know of is only a corner of the island. The strange thing about the Penglai Immortal Island is that there are some places where there are no people and no roads. However, if you go there, you will not be able to walk far. At least, no one has been to the other places. Most people only live and cultivate in the 4 cities. As for the immortal ascension stairs, it is said that it is on the Penglai Immortal Island. However, as for where it is, I really do not know." Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned. "Does no one in the city know about it? No one has seen it before? That might not be the case." The cultivator grinned. "I don't know about the others, but the city lord's son that you defeated just now should know." "Okay, I got it." She nodded and turned to leave. After walking around the city, she used pills to exchange for many things. She realized that there were not many alchemists here. Level 6 pills were already rare. Just as she was about to find a place to rest, a group of guards quickly surrounded her. "Young Master Feng, the city lord invites you," one of them said. "City lord?" Feng Jiu's eyes flashed, then he smiled. "Lead the way." The city lord's son had lost to her, so the city lord would definitely come forward. It all depended on what he wanted to do. Those people did not expect Feng Jiu to be so easy to talk to. They were stunned for a moment before they reacted. "Please come with us," one of them said, and gestured for her to enter the city lord's mansion. Feng Jiu followed them, but he was not worried. The city lord's son had become her slave. She remembered that when the barrier was broken, a ray of light had shot into the space between his eyebrows, leaving a mark there. As such, his life was already in her hands. His son's life was in her hands, so how could the city lord use force against her? Of course, he would have to treat them with respect and persuade them with kind words. Thinking of this, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She followed those people all the way until they arrived at the main hall of the city lord mansion. Ling Tianyu, who was applying medicine in the courtyard, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "What? My father actually invited him here? That Feng Jiu actually dares to come here? He must be tired of living." So Yi, who was applying medicine at the side, said in a low voice, "Master, the city lord invited Feng Jiu here. He probably wants to remove the mark on Master's body. Just now, the city lord sent someone over to tell Master to go to the main hall after applying medicine." Ling Tianyu's expression was ugly. She frowned and stared outside. For a moment, she did not speak. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 2579. Feng Jiu sat in the hall and drank tea, allowing the guards and maids in the hall to look at her. It was time to eat, and she hadn't eaten yet. She was hungry, so she said to the guards standing at the side, "Give me something to eat. I'm hungry." She said it naturally, as if she was in her own home, without the slightest bit of restraint or nervousness. After hearing her words, the guard was stunned for a moment. Then he responded and retreated. She waited while drinking tea. After drinking 2 cups of tea, she still didn't see the figure of the mayor. Obviously, the other party wanted to leave her here to show her who was the boss. However, after drinking 2 cups of tea, Feng Jiu began to eat the desserts that were served to her. The city lord had not yet arrived, but the young city lord had arrived first. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw that there was only the red-clothed man in the hall. While eating snacks, he asked with a dark face, "Didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" Feng Jiu glanced at him. "Who said I wanted to come back? Your father asked someone to invite me here." As he said that, the corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile. "You're my slave now." "Why? A slave doesn't have to salute when seeing his master." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu's face changed. He couldn't help but take a step back and stared at Feng Jiu defensively. "This is my home. Don't go too far." "Am I going too far?" "I don't think so." She chuckled and picked up a snack to eat, while saying, "Come, pour me some wine." Almost as soon as Feng Jiu said that, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but walk over. When he resisted in his heart, he felt as if thousands of knives and tens of thousands of insects were drilling in between his eyebrows. It was so uncomfortable that it made him go crazy. "What are you standing there for? Bring me some wine," he calmly shouted at the guard beside him. When the guard saw that, he hurriedly ordered someone to bring the wine. After the wine was served, Ling Tianyu personally poured the wine for Feng Jiu, waiting on the side like a servant. After hearing the news, the city lord strode towards the hall. When he saw the scene in the hall, he almost fainted from anger. He took a deep breath before walking forward. His sharp eyes were scrutinizing and sizing up the red-clothed man in red who had a free and easy demeanor. Was this the person who defeated his son? His gaze swept over her with his divine sense. He saw that this person actually had the strength of an immortal emperor. Moreover, her aura was restrained. She wasn't simple at all. From the looks of it, there was a reason why his son lost. While he was sizing up Feng Jiu was sizing him up as well. She glanced at him calmly and saw that he had a powerful aura. Moreover, he did not retract his aura even after entering this place. It was obvious that he wanted to intimidate her. However, she was Feng Jiu, not just anyone. Under the powerful aura of the other party, she was still the same as before. Her expression did not change at all. "Is this young Master Feng?" the city lord asked as he walked in. "That's right." Feng Jiu bowed and said, "I wonder why the city lord has invited me here." "You're asking the obvious. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly in his heart. He had a lot of complaints in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. Who told him to lose to Fengjiu? No matter how unwilling he was, he could only stand there and pour wine for him. Chapter 2580. You want me to release him from his slave contract? So you already know that he's my slave? Fengjiu glanced at the city lord with a half-smile. Hearing this, the city lord looked at his son, who had his head lowered. He paused for a moment, then said to Fengjiu, "Today's matter is my son's fault. Please don't hold it against him. After all, he's my son. If word gets out that he's your slave, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? So please be magnanimous. As long as you're willing to release him from his contract, I'll definitely compensate you." Fengjiu chuckled. "How do you want me to believe that I won't be killed if I release him from his contract?" Hearing this, the city lord's expression changed. He looked deeply at Fengjiu and said, "Don't worry, young Master Feng. As long as you release my son from his slave contract, I'll make the decision. This matter will end here. I won't make things difficult for you." Fengjiu smiled and shook her head. "No, that's not enough. I don't dare to release him from his contract like this." She smiled and stood up. "This place has the rules of heaven and earth. If you want me to release him from his contract, I can do so. As long as the city lord and the young city lord promise that you won't cause trouble for me, then I'll release him from his contract." She paused and glanced at Ling Tianyu, then said to the city lord, "But before that, I have something I'd like you to tell me." Hearing this, the city lord frowned. He looked at Fengjiu for a moment, then asked, "What does young Master Feng want to know? Please speak." Fengjiu stood up and walked slowly to the city lord. "I want to know where the immortal ascension stairs to Penglai Island is." The city lord was stunned. His face was full of astonishment. "What? The immortal ascension stairs?" His gaze shifted, and he stared at Fengjiu for a long time, then asked, "Why do you want to find the immortal ascension stairs?" "You just need to tell me where I can find the immortal ascension stairs," she said slowly. Hearing this, the city lord smiled and said, "Actually, the immortal ascension stairs is said to be on Penglai Island, but almost no one here has seen it." He paused, then smiled. "It's said that the immortal ascension stairs is a bridge that leads to another world. It's also a place to test a person's ability. However, I've been here for so long, but I've never seen the immortal ascension stairs, nor do I know where it is on Penglai Island." "You immortal ascension stairs," she didn't quite believe him. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, young Master Feng. It's just that I really don't know. I've only heard that the stairway of immortality leads to another world. I also know that the stairway of immortality has many tests." He looked at Fengjiu with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "I heard that young Master Feng has just arrived in the city. How did you know about the immortal ascension stairs on Penglai Island?" "If that's the case, then didn't this expert tell young Master Feng where the stairway of immortality is?" Chapter 2581. For a moment, she was silent. She sat there quietly with her brows furrowed. "Young Master Feng? Young Master Feng?" Seeing Fengjiu sitting there quietly, the mayor called out to him twice. Only when he came back to his senses did he say, "I wonder if young Master Feng has any other questions. If there is, I will tell you everything I know." Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and said, "If that's the case, then I would like to ask if you can let me search for information in the city lord's mansion's library." Hearing this, the mayor paused for a moment. This time he looked at Fengjiu with some hesitation, then looked at his son. Finally, he said, "As long as young Master Feng agrees to break the contract, then I can let young Master Feng stay in our city lord's mansion's library for 3 days. However, after 3 days, regardless of whether young Master Feng finds the information you want or not, you will have to leave." Seeing that his father had agreed to this request for him, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but move his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Should he open his mouth and refuse? Then let him be Fengjiu's slave? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and glared at the red-clothed Fengjiu with an unfriendly gaze. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. Fengjiu didn't pay attention to Ling Tianyu. After hearing the mayor's words, he smiled and said, Okay. Thus, the mayor and Ling Tianyu made an oath to the heavens in front of Fengjiu. They promised that as long as Fengjiu broke the slave contract, they wouldn't pursue the matter. Furthermore, they wouldn't send people to assassinate him or cause trouble for him. Finally, Fengjiu erased the slave mark on Ling Tianyu's forehead and broke the contract between the two. Seeing this, the mayor let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Young Master Feng, you can rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to bring you to the library. Then I'll have to trouble you." Feng Jiuqiao bowed to the city lord, and his etiquette increased. "I won't disturb you." The city lord smiled and called for the steward to bring Fengjiu to rest. After Fengjiu left, Ling Tianyu came to his father's side and asked in a muffled voice, "Father, are we just going to let it go?" The city lord, who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced at him, his dark face filled with anger. "If it weren't for you running amok outside all day long and causing trouble, why would I, the dignified city lord, need to lower my voice to beg someone?" He even allowed him to read books in Tibet for 3 days. "You're the one who caused all this trouble, and now you're even saying that you won't cause trouble for him? Are you going back on your word?" He stared at him with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "I'm warning you. You'd better obediently stay at home and cultivate. If I find out that you're going out to cause trouble again, I'll break your legs." After warning him, City Lord Ling flung his sleeves and walked out, leaving Ling Tianyu standing alone in the hall. Fengjiu was arranged to stay in a courtyard in the city lord's mansion like a guest. However, everyone in the city lord's mansion knew that it was their young city lord who lost to him, so the city lord had to invite him to his home. If it weren't for the city lord, the young city lord would probably have become his slave. Thinking that this red-clothed man was so strong at such a young age, everyone in the city lord's mansion was secretly sizing him up. Chapter 2582. Fengjiu did not stand on ceremony, as they stayed in the chancellor's manor. Instead, he asked the servant to prepare a few dishes and some wine before eating in the courtyard. At this moment, Ling Tianyu walked in from outside. Seeing how carefree Ling Tianyu was in the chancellor's manor, Ling Tianyu could not help but snort. "You sure are carefree. You almost treat my house as your home." Fengjiu glanced at him. "What? Does the young chancellor also want to have a drink or two?" Ling Tianyu's face darkened as he stared at Fengjiu. In a deep voice, he asked, "Fengjiu, who exactly are you? Why are you looking for the immortal ascension stairs?" Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. She played with the wine cup in her hand and watched as the wine in the cup swayed along with her movements. She smiled. "Don't you already know who I am? As for why I'm looking for the immortal ascension stairs, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you, right?" Her voice paused as her clear eyes landed on him. She smiled. "Furthermore, the contract on you has already been dissolved. Why are you still hanging around in front of me?" "I'm hanging around in front of you?" His voice raised slightly, as if he was a little beast whose tail was stepped on. He immediately retorted, "That's because you're staying in my house. I'm not hanging around in front of you. Now that I'm a guest in your manor, is this how you treat your guest when you're the young chancellor?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "I wonder if the chancellor knows that the young chancellor is here." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu froze. He glared fiercely at Fengjiu and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and did not bother about him. After eating, he walked around the courtyard for a while and asked someone to prepare a bath. After that, he went to bed early. At night, in the chancellor's manor, the chancellor came to the back of the mountain alone. After passing through the enchantment and array, he entered a cave and bowed respectfully. "Father, come in." In a stone room in the cave, there was an old man sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he heard the noise outside, he opened his eyes and looked outside. After hearing the voice, the city lord walked in and came before the old man. "Father, please forgive me for disturbing you in the middle of the night. Is something the matter?" The old man asked in a deep voice. "Today you did something foolish outside." City Lord Ling explained the matter briefly. In the end, he said, "The main thing is, I heard Fengjiu mention the immortal ascension stairs and was a little surprised." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I remember my father saying that the stairway of immortality leads to another world. Only those who have reached the immortal emperor realm have the right to climb the stairway of immortality. I also remember my father saying that the stairway of immortality has a total of 99,999 steps. Every step is filled with danger and unpredictable changes. Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and asked, "Who is this Feng Jiu? How does he know about the stairway of immortality?" The city lord thought for a moment and said, "This person is dressed in red and has a handsome face. He looks to be around 20 years old. Although he hides his aura, I can still sense the aura of a superior. I only know that this person is unfathomable and extraordinary. However, I know nothing about his background." Chapter 2583. Yes, your son agreed to let him enter the library to read for 3 days. As he spoke, he continued, "There are more than tens of thousands of books in the city lord's mansion. In 3 days, he won't even be able to find any information about the immortal ascension stairs, much less read." "I understand. You can go back first. I will talk to him in detail tomorrow." He waved his hand, gesturing for him to leave. "Yes," City Lord Ling replied, bowed, and left. The cave became quiet again. Then the old man who was originally sitting cross-legged walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked outside and muttered, "Feng Jiu." The next morning, Feng Jiu woke up at daybreak. After washing up and eating a simple meal, she went out and asked the servant to bring her to the library. After passing through many courtyards, they arrived at the tightly guarded treasury. She dismissed the maids and walked forward alone. The guard outside seemed to have been briefed. When he saw her walk up, he did not stop her. Instead, he helped her open the door and let her in. When the door closed again with a creak, her gaze also fell on the collection of books inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she saw that the collection of books were neatly arranged. The number of books was so large that it made her feel a little surprised. "I didn't expect there to be so many books here," she muttered. Then she heard a voice. "This is the collection of the Ling Mansion's ancestors. There are tens of thousands of books here. They are all rare treasures." An old man's hoarse voice sounded. Feng Jiu turned her head slightly and saw an old man dressed in gray standing on a chair, wiping the books on the bookshelf. There was an old man here? She did not notice him at all. If he did not speak, she would not have noticed that there was someone here. Was this old man's cultivation level too high? Or was she too careless? "Senior, are you the manager of this library? How many years have you been here?" She looked at the old man and asked. Only then did the old man, who was the Ling family's ancestor, stop what he was doing and look at Feng Jiu, who was standing there in a red robe. When his gaze landed on her, his eyes flickered and a hint of surprise flashed through his heart. However, he hid it very well. Even someone as astute as Feng Jiu did not notice it. He retracted his gaze and put down the cloth in his hand. He picked up a feather marble and swept it across the books that he could not reach. His old voice slowly said, "It's been many years. As for how many years, I can't remember." Hearing this, Feng Jiu walked up and asked again, "Then, Senior, have you organized any books about the immortal ascension stairs?" "Immortal ascension stairs?" The elder looked at Feng Jiu again and said meaningfully, "That place is not a place where ordinary cultivators can go. You are so young. Why do you want to find the stairway of ascension?" "Senior, do you know about it?" "I do." The old man got down from the chair and said, "On the Penglai Immortal Island, as long as you are an old cultivator, you will know about it." He walked out slowly and murmured, "Immortal ascension stairs, immortal ascension stairs. One step to immortality, 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 one step to immortality." Chapter 2584. What did that mean? What did the old man's words mean? Why did it sound so mysterious? She pondered deeply, but she couldn't figure out the meaning of those words. Then, she remembered that the old man had left, and she didn't even have the time to ask him about the stairway of immortality. She sighed softly and collected her thoughts. Then, she focused her attention on the library in front of her. In 3 days, among the thousands of books, would she be able to find any records about the stairway of immortality? She calmed herself down and picked up a book from the bookshelf beside her to read. Then, she picked up a few books from each level of the bookshelf beside her to read. Gradually, she realized that the arrangement of the books here was different. Thus, as she read, she divided the books according to their arrangement. However, this library had a total of 3 levels. To find information on all 3 levels in 3 days was really not an easy task. She shook her head and sighed softly. Only now did she understand why the city lord had agreed to her request to enter the library. If there was no one to guide her, it would be difficult to find a book about the Stairway of Immortality, much less a record about the Stairway of Immortality from Penglai Immortal Island. While she was looking around, the old man who had left the library went back to his cave. There, City Lord Ling had been waiting for a long time. When he saw him return, City Lord Ling went to welcome him. "Father." The old man looked at him and said, "Come in." As he spoke, he walked into the cave. The city lord followed behind him and saw him sit down inside. He poured a cup of tea for him and asked, "Father, how was it?" The old man picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying, "This Fengjiu is a woman." "What? She's a woman?" City Lord Ling was slightly startled, and his voice could not help but rise slightly. After seeing his father's gaze, his heart froze, and he hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart. He tried his best to keep his voice steady as he asked, "Father, is Fengjiu really a woman? How could a woman's movements not have the slightest bit of femininity? Instead, she was carefree and unrestrained like a man. Could it be that he saw wrongly?" However, he only dared to whisper this in his heart. He didn't dare to ask his father. Not only is she a woman, but she also has the profound spiritual body, which is rarely seen in 1,000 years. The old man stroked his beard and said slowly, "Her cultivation has already reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm. No wonder Tian Yu is not her opponent. Furthermore, unlike Tian Yu's advancement from consuming pills, this Fengjiu's cultivation is very solid. It's obvious that she has improved her strength step by step. Even people of the same cultivation." Hearing his father's words, the city lord felt a loud bang in his head. This isn't a joke, right? It should be known that although there were many immortal sages on Penglai Immortal Island, most of them had achieved their strength through the use of strange fruits and pills. They were different from those cultivators who had risen their strength step by step. Chapter 2585. For someone like her, you can only be on good terms with her, not bad terms with her. The elder was deep in thought. He looked at him and said, "You have to tell Tian Yu not to do anything rash. A person like her has a bright future. We cannot afford to offend her." Hearing this, the city lord gulped and hurriedly replied, "Yes, father, I understand." The elder sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that Tian Yu had a conflict with her, we could have tried to let him pursue her. If we could make her a member of our Ling family, she would definitely be a great help to our Ling family. Unfortunately, he shook his head with a look of regret. Hearing this, the city lord's heart trembled. He thought about how his son had almost become Fengjiu's slave. Even if Tian Yu was willing, Fengjiu probably wouldn't like him. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. There weren't many people who could receive such praise from his father. It was a pity that the opportunity had slipped away in front of him. The city lord thought for a moment, then asked, "Father, when she comes out of Tibet in 3 days, should we let her stay for a few more days? Should we build a good relationship with her? Since she's looking for the immortal ascension stairs, why would she stay here for long? When she comes out of Tibet, I'm sure she'll leave immediately," the elder said slowly. He paused, then continued, "Anyway, as long as you don't force anything and don't get on bad terms with her, it'll be fine. Then the immortal ascension stairs." He looked at his father carefully and asked, "Should we tell her where the immortal ascension stairs are?" Hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered. He said, "If she's fated with the immortal ascension stairs, she'll find it. Furthermore, even I couldn't climb the immortal ascension stairs back then. She's so young. Even if she finds it, what can she do?" "Yes, I understand. I'll go back first." The city lord bowed and left. After watching him leave, the elder returned to his room to continue cultivating. The city lord, who was walking towards the main house, met his son halfway. Seeing him standing there, he said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you to cultivate? Why did you come out again?" "Father, did you go to find grandfather? Why are you looking for grandfather? Is it because of Feng Jiao?" Ling Tianyu looked at him and asked. She hit the nail on the head. City Lord Ling glanced at him and said, "That's right. I went to find your grandfather and told him about the troublesome things you've been doing recently. I originally wanted to pay you a visit, but since you're here, then I'll tell you that your grandfather has ordered you not to make things difficult for that Feng Jiao. She's not someone to be trifled with." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu frowned. Why? Could it be that father and grandfather are afraid of a mere brat? "Just do as the elders say. You just need to know that we won't harm you." He said in a deep voice, "Go back. Remember what I said to you." With that, he walked away. Looking at her father walking away with his hands behind his back, Ling Tianyu's eyes were filled with doubt. She thought to herself, what is the background of that kid? It was fine if her father said that, but why did her grandfather say that as well? Thinking about how Feng Jiao was in Tibet and her father had ordered her to leave, she could only return to her courtyard. Chapter 2586. The city lord had sent someone to ask her if she wanted to come out for dinner, but she had rejected them all. Actually, for cultivators of their level, it would be fine even if they didn't eat for 10 days or half a month. If they enter meditation, they would be fine even if they didn't eat or drink for a few years. Moreover, there was plenty of food in Feng Jiao's space, so she wouldn't say that she wanted to go out for dinner at this time. After searching for books for the whole day and reading for the whole day in the dead of the night, the moonlight shone through the window above. The gentle light made her feel a little sleepy. She yawned, stretched her back, and slowly walked in the room. In this room, there were luminous pearls on all sides, but the back of the bookshelves was blocked, so the light couldn't reach them. She slowly walked up to the second floor and walked around. She casually picked up a few books to read and saw that some of the high-level cultivation technique books had been sealed and couldn't be opened. I see. So some of the books have been sealed. This way, even if I wanted to read them, I wouldn't be able to see the contents. She smiled and didn't find it strange. After all, if there weren't any seals, then wouldn't she have been able to read all the high-level cultivation technique books? She put the sealed book back and walked up to the third floor. Just like the second floor, there were some books that could be flipped through, but there were some that couldn't be read. After walking around, she walked to the first floor. She hadn't even finished reading the books on the first floor in a day. Could she really find clues about the immortal ascension stairs in 3 days? She came to the stairs of the first floor and sat down. She closed her eyes. Suddenly, the words that the old man said during the day echoed in her mind. The immortal ascension stairs, the immortal ascension stairs, 1 step to the immortal ascension stairs, 1 step to the immortal ascension stairs, 1 step to the immortal ascension stairs. How many years have you spent in the mortal world? What does this mean? She softly murmured. She opened her eyes and looked at the first floor. When her gaze landed on a certain spot, her eyes flashed. She immediately got up and walked to the first floor. She came to a few rows of bookshelves at the back where the chairs were placed. She looked at the chair that the old man had stood on during the day. She stood on it and searched the bookshelves above. Nothing? Am I overthinking things? She was puzzled and looked up again. Her gaze fell on the top shelf, so she took down all the books on the top and placed them on the ground one by one. Then, she sat on the chair and started to look through them one by one. When she held a sealed book in her hand, she looked at the words on it and couldn't help but feel joy in her eyes. Peng Lai Miscellany? This is a book that records the records of the Peng Lai Immortal Island. Could it be that there's information about the stairway of immortality in here? She muttered to herself. Looking at the seal on the book, she could not help but smile. Whether it was unsealing, enchantments, or arrays, it was not a problem for her. Like this kind of imprint, as long as she unsealed it and looked at it, she could seal it again. She held the book in one hand and condensed her spiritual power in the other. She muttered a spell to break the seal. The spiritual power in her palm brushed past the book like a fire pattern, and the seal on the book disappeared like water ripples. Chapter 2587. She sat by the bookshelf and used the light from the night illumination pearl to flip through the pages. As time passed and the sky darkened, the book in her hand gradually reached the last few pages. The immortal ascension ladder? It really is here. A smile appeared on her face. Because she had found the information she was looking for, she did not feel sleepy even though it was already late at night. The immortal ascension ladder, also known as the heaven ascension ladder, has a total of 99,999 steps. The other end of the ladder leads to another mysterious world. However, in order to ascend the immortal ascension ladder, a cultivator must be at least at the immortal emperor realm. Those who are not at the immortal emperor realm will not be able to touch the steps. Furthermore, their divine sense will be damaged by the powerful restrictions. In a light case, their cultivation will be crippled, and in a serious case, they will die on the spot. She softly read, and the more she read, the more surprised she became. Only immortal emperors can ascend the immortal ascension ladder? Could it be that old man Tianji knew that she had reached the immortal emperor realm, so he allowed her to come here? I'm really curious. I wonder if that old man Tianji has ascended the immortal ascension ladder? She flipped to the next page and saw that it recorded the locations of the immortal ascension ladder in a simple map. The heart of Peng Lai Immortal Island? This map. Her finger slowly moved across the map. From the markings on the map, she found the locations of the 4 towns. Only then did she realize that the 4 towns were located at the edge of Peng Lai Immortal Island. Then, the heart of the island is here. Her finger stopped at the circle in the middle, and she carefully memorized the map. She flipped to the back and saw that the last page recorded the names of those who had ascended the immortal ascension ladder. She closed the book in her hand and used her spiritual energy to seal the book again. Then, she put it back in its original position with the others. She did not expect to find it in just one day. If she did not remember that the old man had stood on the chair and wiped the books, she would not have thought of looking at the books on this bookshelf. However, since she was already here, and there were so many precious books here, it would be a pity if she did not take this opportunity to take a good look. Thinking of this, she walked up to the 2nd floor, picked up those sealed cultivation technique manuals, and flipped through them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Jiu walked out of the library in the morning. Outside, the city lord and Ling Tianyu were waiting. When they saw her come out, the city lord smiled and walked up to her. Young Master Feng, did you find any information? City Lord Ling almost called him Young Miss Feng, but when he remembered that he didn't say that he was a woman, he still called him Young Master. Lord Immortal Ascension Ladder. Lord Immortal Ascension Ladder. Lord. Immortal Lords, Immortal Lord. Lord. As. Hearing this, Ling Tianyu glanced at Feng Jiu with an unsightly expression. Then, she said to her father, Father, he's leaving. Why do you want to keep him? Moreover, I don't like him. It's good that he's leaving. Out of sight, out of mind. Impudent. Chapter 2588. Feng Jiu smiled. Mayor, there's no need to be angry. It's time for me to leave. She cupped her hands and bowed, then walked out. Ah, young Master Feng, wait, I'll see you out. The mayor glared at his son fiercely, then quickly followed her out. Ling Tianyu didn't understand her father's actions. She didn't understand why her father, who had always been arrogant, would take a liking to such a brat. He even treated him as an important guest and allowed him to enter. Outside the gates of the mayor's manor, Feng Jiu turned around and smiled. Mayor, there's no need to see me out. Goodbye. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll invite young Master Feng to the manor as a guest. At that time, you must stay for a few days. The mayor said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and replied, Of course. She then turned around and left. Watching her leave, until her figure disappeared from his sight, he sighed softly and shook his head. He turned around and was about to go back. Who knew that when he turned around, he would see his son standing behind him, looking at him. Father, why do you like that brat so much? What do you like about him? Ling Tianyu asked, her eyes fixed on her father's face, not missing a single expression. Being asked by his son like this, the mayor looked at him unhappily and said, Do you think I'm like you? Seeing a handsome young man, you want to order him around? I have my reasons for treating him differently. You just have to remember what I told you. Don't think too much about other things." Seeing that her father was about to walk inside, Ling Tianyu pulled him back and stared at him, saying, "Father, I know you're hiding something from me. If you don't tell me, then I'll have to find that brat and ask him." Hearing this, the mayor's face was slightly stunned. Then he glared at him. "You dare? Father, do you think I won't dare? You said it yourself. I've done a lot of bad things on a daily basis. I don't care about one more," he said coldly, as if he didn't care. "You." The city lord was so angry that his face turned ashen. He stared at him for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, he exhaled softly, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Come with me to the study." Hearing that, Ling Tianyu followed him inside. Feng Jiu left the city lord's mansion and walked around streets. He bought some things and had a simple meal at a street corner before coming to an inn. However, when she arrived at the entrance of the inn, she paused for a moment and turned her head slightly to glance behind her before walking in. Someone was following her. She had sensed it the moment she left the city lord's mansion. When she first arrived here, other than having conflicts with Ling Tianyu, she didn't have any grudges with anyone else. Could it be that the person following her was sent by Ling Tianyu? Judging from the mayor's attitude and words, he probably wouldn't let anyone follow her. Then, it was very likely that it was the mayor's son, Ling Tianyu. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing a smile. He was someone who even swore an oath to heaven and earth. If he really did something, even if she didn't do anything, the rules of heaven and earth would automatically punish him. Therefore, she wasn't worried that the person following her would do anything to her. Chapter 2589. "Sir, you'll have to pay half of the room fee before you can go upstairs," the innkeeper said to Feng Jiu with a smile. "How much?" Feng Jiu took out the gold coins, but the innkeeper waved his hand with a smile. "Not gold coins, but crystals. You can only use crystals here. Things like gold coins can only be used outside of Penglai, Immortal Island. Here, you can only use crystals." Crystals were far more precious than gold coins. Furthermore, crystals contained spiritual energy that could aid in cultivation. She didn't expect that this place would only use crystals. No one wanted gold coins. Feng Jiu smiled and took out the crystals, handing them to the innkeeper. "Is this enough?" It's enough, it's enough. "Sir, please follow me." The innkeeper was also a celestial sage cultivator. He personally led Feng Jiu to the second floor. As Feng Jiu walked up the stairs, she looked at the people on the first floor of the inn. She saw that they were all cultivators of the fairy realm and the celestial saint realm. When she thought about the records of this place, she knew that these people had all consumed strange fruits and medicines to reach this level of strength. They could only reach this level for the rest of their lives, and would never be able to advance any further. "Sir, this is your room. If you need anything, you can call for the waiter," the innkeeper said and bowed before leaving. Feng Jiu entered the room and closed the door. After locking the door, she went to rest on the bed in the inner room. She had been reading the books in the city lord's mansion for the past 3 days without sleeping. Right now, she just wanted to have a good sleep. However, because she knew that someone was watching her from outside, she summoned Tun Yun in order to relax and sleep. "Tun Yun, lie on the side of the bed and watch over me. I'll sleep for a while to recover my energy," she said as she patted Tun Yun's head. "All right, master, don't worry and sleep. I'll watch over you," Tun Yun replied and lay down on the side of the bed. His eyes were focused on the movements outside. Feng Jiu, who was lying on the bed, gradually relaxed. Sleepiness overtook her, and she fell into a deep sleep. With Tun Yun watching over her, she felt at ease and slept soundly. At this moment, she didn't know that after Ling Tianyu heard her father's words, her mind was in a mess. She felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. "A woman? That Feng Jiu is actually a woman?" he muttered under his breath. When he suddenly heard this news, he only felt shame, anger, and disbelief. He, the dignified Castellan manners young Castellan, losing to that brat was one thing, but now he was being told that the brat was actually a woman. He actually lost to a woman. He had originally promised his father that he would not leave the Fu, But now he had the urge to leave the Fu and see where that Fengjiu had run off to. Thus, he took Zhuo Yi with him, and the two of them left the residence and headed outside. After searching through the inns one by one, he still couldn't find the place where Fengjiu was staying. He couldn't help but think, could he have left? However, after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't quite possible. Thus, he said, "Go to the inn in front and ask around. I'll drink some tea here first." He gestured for Zhuo Yi to go to the inn in front and ask about Fengjiu. Meanwhile, he sat down at a roadside stall and asked the old man at the tea stall to serve him a cup of tea. However, he was a little absent-minded as he drank the tea. How could such a carefree and unrestrained man be a woman? His face was handsome and devilishly charming. A person like that should be a man. How could he be a woman? Chapter 2590. He, who was dressed in a guard's uniform, walked back quickly and said to Ling Tianyu, who was drinking tea, "Master, the innkeeper of the inn in front said that a handsome young man in red came to stay, and he hasn't come out since he entered the inn." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu paused for a moment with the teacup in her hand and looked forward. Was he in the inn in front? He had found him, but what should he do after finding him? Ask her why she was a woman? Fight with her again? He didn't know that the other party was a woman, but now that he knew it was a woman, how could he, a man, fight with a woman? At this moment, he had forgotten that a man like him couldn't beat a woman like her. Seeing his master holding the teacup and thinking about something, he thought for a moment and asked, "Master, do you want to go in and find him? Why do you want to find him?" Ling Tianyu snorted. "Father told me not to make trouble for her again. Since she is staying in the inn, let's forget about it." Hearing this, Zhuo Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what his master meant. After coming out of the mansion, they searched several streets and asked inns one by one. In the end, they found him but didn't go in. He thought that his master was looking for Fengjiu for something. But it seemed that "Master, are we going back now?" The mayor said that we can't stay out for too long. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his master's sharp eyes looking at him, and he couldn't help but lower his head. Ling Tianyu sat there and drank tea, but her eyes fell on the door of the inn. However, as time went by, she didn't see Fengjiu step out of the inn until noon. However, when he was ready to go back to the mansion, he glanced around the inn again and noticed that there were a few people like him who had been sitting there since the morning, and they were also staring at the inn from time to time. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at those people quietly. He found that they were all at the level of sage celestial, and among them, there was one whose cultivation he couldn't see through. With his strength at the peak of the celestial sage realm, he couldn't see through the cultivation base of those who were stronger than him. These people were all unfamiliar faces, so he couldn't help but pay extra attention to them. "So, hey," he called out and whispered a few words in Zhuo Yi's ear. After hearing his words, Zhuo Yi was slightly startled. He followed his gaze and finally nodded. "Yes, I will do it right away." He was about to leave, but he ordered another pot of tea to continue drinking. As he looked at the entrance of the inn, he didn't forget to pay attention to the cultivators until Zhuo Yi returned. "Master," Zhuo Yi came to his side and said in a low voice, "The guards at the gate said that those people entered the city yesterday morning. After entering the city, they asked around for information about Fengjiu." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu frowned slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Bill." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the inn. After Zhuo Yi paid a piece of crystal stone, he quickly followed behind him and entered the inn together. "Which room is Fengjiu in?" Ling Tianyu looked at Zhuo Yi and asked. "The first room on the left on the second floor." As soon as he finished speaking, his master had already walked upstairs. Chapter 2591. In the room, Tun Yun, who was originally lying on the floor, stood up and patted Fengjiu on the bed with its paw. "Master, someone is calling you from outside." Fengjiu woke up when she heard the voice outside. She opened her eyes and yawned as she got up from the bed. After putting Tun Yun back in her space, she tidied her robes and walked out. When the door opened, the first thing he saw was Ling Tianyu's face. She lazily glanced at him with her sleepy eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" She leaned against the door and stood there lazily with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Ling Tianyu looked at the beautiful face in front of him. Looking at her sleepy face and the laziness in her actions, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. For a moment, he was absent-minded and didn't say a word for a long time. Zui, who was following beside him, saw that his master was absent-minded while looking at a man. He quietly reached out and tugged at his robes, calling out in a low voice, "Master, what are you doing?" Ling Tianyu glared at him unhappily. Seeing that he was hinting at Fengjiu in front of him with his eyes, he finally came back to his senses. Ahem. He coughed lightly and looked at Fengjiu, who was standing by the door and didn't seem to want to invite him in. He said, "I have something to tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to walk in. Unexpectedly, Fengjiu, who was standing diagonally, reached out and stopped him. "If you have something to say, say it here." Hearing that, Ling Tianyu was slightly annoyed. "Let's talk inside." Seeing that, Fengjiu took a step back and reached out to close the door. Seeing that, Ling Tianyu hurriedly reached out and stopped him. She said angrily, "Don't be so ungrateful. I'm here to tell you something." "Say it." Seeing her blocking the door, Ling Tianyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'm here to tell you that you're being watched. There are several cultivators outside who have been waiting for an entire day. Even I can't see through one of them." He paused and glanced at her. Seeing her raise her eyebrows and look at him with surprise, he said, "Don't think too much. I still don't like you, but my father told me not to cause trouble for you. The reason I came to tell you is to let you know that those people were not sent by me, so you won't suspect me later." "Oh, so it wasn't you who sent them?" She nodded, her expression showing that she understood. Hearing this, he glared at her angrily. "You already knew? You suspect that I did it?" Fengjiu smiled and said, "I knew that I was being watched from the moment I left your house. I didn't offend anyone here, so the first person I suspected was you. There's nothing wrong with that." With that, she smiled and said, "However, now that I know that it wasn't you who sent people to watch me, I have to think about who else would be watching me." "Okay, that's it." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut, leaving Ling Tianyu outside. Outside the room, Ling Tianyu saw the door slammed shut in front of him, and his face turned pale. He clenched his fists and suppressed the rising anger in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he cursed in a low voice, "You don't know what's good for you." Seeing his master turn around and leave angrily, Sui hurriedly followed. After being busy for an entire day, he had no idea what his master was doing. Even if someone was watching Fengjiu, it was none of his business. Chapter 2592. Was it not sent by him? Then who could it be? She pondered in her heart and faintly had a suspect. Was it the person who came for the Chaos Cyan Lotus? But didn't the Penglai Immortal Island appear on the sea only once every half a month? If it was those people, how did they come here? Or were they originally from this place? After drinking 2 cups of water, she opened the door and called out, "Waiter, come up." "Okay." The waiter downstairs answered and walked quickly to Fengjiu's room. "Child, what can I do for you?" "Prepare some food for me. If there's any famous food nearby, then buy some for me." While speaking, she handed over some spar to him. "Okay, I'll do it right away." The waiter took the crystal stones and went downstairs with a smile. He told the shopkeeper to let the kitchen prepare some food and then went out to buy some things. After the kitchen sent a few dishes upstairs, the waiter who went out to buy also came back. He entered the room and then came to the table. He smiled and said to Fengjiu, "Child, this is the roast chicken and crispy suckling pig of the Baiwei building, the rainbow cake of the Yunxiang building, the radish cake of the East Street," and that he put the things he bought on the table one by one from the space ring and introduced them to Fengjiu. Until the table was full, he said, "Child, there are 2 crystal stones left." He handed them back to Fengjiu. Fengjiu smiled and said, "I'll give the rest to you. You can leave now. Don't come up without my order." "Yes, thank you, child." The waiter responded with a smile and then went out and closed the door. Looking at the table full of food, she put away the things that could be kept in her space and left some food for herself. When she was full, she opened a small crack in the window at the back. Seeing that there was still someone staring at her, she called the waiter in. "Child, what else can I do for you?" Fengjiu looked at the waiter in front of him and smiled. "Nothing. I just want to borrow your clothes." As soon as he said that, He reached out and hit the waiter's acupoints. In the waiter's astonished and frightened eyes, he took off his clothes and put them on himself. After that, he did some simple treatment and then said to the waiter who was still, "I put the rest on the table. I'll give it to the shopkeeper later. As for your acupoints, they will be unlocked in 4 hours." Little Fool stood there, unable to move or speak. Seeing the red-clothed young man put on his clothes and leave, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he just took off his clothes. As the sky darkened, for hours later, Little Fool walked out of the room in his undergarments with a gloomy expression. Yeah, and the other cultivators suddenly stood up quickly. Let go, let go. The waiter shouted in panic, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, save me, shut up." The cultivator who grabbed the waiter's clothes shouted with a gloomy face. He lifted the waiter off the ground and asked with a gloomy voice, "Where is the person in the room?"